The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Okay, good morning. I see folks are trickling in to the GoToWebinar. I'll give it just another minute for folks to join before we get started. Okay, good morning and thanks to everyone for joining the workshop today. My name is Dana Papke-Waters. I lead CARB's policy work on building electrification in our Sustainable Transportation and Communities Division. I'm happy to see several familiar faces on the list of attendees today and welcome you all to the event. Yes? Okay. This workshop will inform CARB's efforts to assess the importance of building decarbonization as part of the state's efforts to combat climate change. And I would request everybody that's a panelist to go ahead and mute themselves. Okay, next slide. Okay, before we get started today, there are a few items to cover on the comment process. First of all, there will be dedicated time for Environmental Justice Advisory Committee members to provide comments and ask questions at the end of presentations. And during the general comment period, CARB staff will announce the number of hands raised. Please do not transfer your time to others. We'll call on people in the order in which their hand was raised. Next slide. So in order to ask a question during the public comment period, please use the raise your hand function on the GoToWebinar toolbar, which should be located on the right-hand corner of your screen. When staff calls your name, please unmute yourself by clicking on the red button and proceed to introduce yourself. The red arrow at the top of the toolbar will expand the control panel for additional options. If you have any technical difficulties, please email us at stcdivision@arb.ca.gov. CARB staff are monitoring that email to help if there are any issues. You can also provide written feedback or recommendations through the link on the scoping plan, meetings and workshops webpage. Please submit your comments no later than January 7th. Next slide, please. So I was hoping Jennifer Gress would be able to join us today, but she's having some technical difficulties, so she won't be able to join. So I'll be making some of the introductory remarks on her behalf. Next slide, please. So building decarbonization is an important strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution in order to meet the state's climate and air quality goals and improve public health. How best to facilitate decarbonization is a central question before the state. What are the challenges and opportunities to do so? What are the costs and benefits? And importantly, how do we advance decarbonization equitably, ensuring that equity and environmental justice are central considerations and that frontline communities are partners to this process and benefit from the state's efforts? Today's workshop provides an opportunity to discuss some of these questions. So let's turn to the agenda. Next slide, please. There are 3 panels for today's workshop. Our first panel will include an overview of building decarbonization efforts underway. There's a lot of work happening in this policy domain, and our goal is to build on these efforts, including CEC's AB 3232, Building Decarbonization Assessment, and the Integrated Energy Policy Report, as well as CPUC's Building Decarbonization Proceedings as well. Our second panel will focus on consumer costs and market trends. This panel will be a discussion-based panel where we'll start to dig in on some issues related to affordability, what appliances are ready to be electrified in the near term, barriers for existing buildings, and how policymakers can best support market development. Our third panel discussion will focus on policy opportunities to advance building decarbonization. Here we would like to discuss some specific opportunities, such as changes to the building codes and an emission standard for space and water heaters, as well as hear about other potential policies to decarbonize buildings. So following each panel, we'll have a public comment period where you can share comments that you would like us to consider as we think about the different levers to advance building decarbonization in an equitable manner. So next slide, please. We'll dive right into the first panel. So before I give an update on CARB's building decarbonization efforts, it's my pleasure to introduce the 3 esteemed panelists to join me for panel 1. Michael Sokol serves as the Deputy Director of the CEC's Energy Efficiency Division, where he oversees the Building and Appliance Efficiency Standards, Title 24 Compliance Program, and building energy policy development and planning efforts, which have recently been heavily focused on opportunities to support decarbonization of California's buildings. Rory Cox is a senior analyst in the energy division at the California Public Utilities Commission. He's a staff expert for building decarbonization policies and is managing the Tech Initiative, which is a program that aims to transform the California market for low emission heating technologies. Denise Grab is a manager at RMI's carbon-free building team, where she works to eliminate greenhouse gas emissions from buildings in the western states. She brings to RMI over a decade of experience in advancing clean energy and climate policy throughout the country. Next slide, please. So I'm going to highlight 3 key efforts that CARB staff are working on related to building decarbonization, including the 2022 scoping plan update, the 2022 state strategy for the state implementation plan, which we refer to as the state SIP strategy, and the California Green Building Standards Code, also known as the CALGreen Code. Our goal today is to share some high-level concepts on these efforts that are underway and provide a forum for agencies, experts, and the public to discuss the benefits, challenges, opportunities, market readiness, environmental justice, and policy opportunities to advance equitable building decarbonization. Next slide, please. So this is a familiar slide to many, but one that we've been including in all of our 2022 scoping plan workshops to remind us of the need to redefine our scope of sources and sinks in the framework of carbon neutrality. Simply put, carbon neutrality is achieved when emission sources equal sinks. For this scoping plan, our goal is to lay out a pathway for California to achieve carbon neutrality no later than 2045. In line with direction from Governor Newsom, we also will be evaluating pathways to carbon neutrality by 2035. Building-related emissions that are the focus for today's workshop are a significant source of emissions in the state. Next slide, please. There's a broad umbrella of strategies to decarbonize buildings. Some of California's key policies to reduce residential and commercial building-related emissions are focused on maximizing energy efficiency and increasing the production of renewable energy. In order to achieve California's long-term climate targets and air quality standards, reducing dependence on fossil fuels and accelerating building electrification require action in the near term. In fact, all scenarios that CARB is currently modeling as part of the scoping plan include accelerating building electrification. Many of these other topics have been discussed in previous workshops by CARB or by other state agencies, and today we're focused on building electrification. Next slide, please. There are many benefits to electrifying buildings. Each building electrified today has the potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30 to 60% in most cases, compared to mixed fuel design, where buildings are powered by both electricity and natural gas. In future years, building electrification provides even greater emission reduction potential, as the grid has increasingly higher percentages of renewable and carbon-free energy. From an outdoor air quality perspective, combustion of natural gas for space heating, water heating, and cooking contributes to statewide criteria pollutants that are harmful to human health and the environment. Building electrification can help meet air quality standards while providing cleaner air and healthier homes. If all homes were electrified today, the health benefits would be tremendous. Next slide. Combustion appliances are both direct and indirect sources of air pollutants, such as nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and particulate matter, and therefore contribute to multiple pollution concerns and health risks. These pollutants affect air quality in homes and the outdoor air. For homes with gas stoves, the levels of nitrogen dioxide can be 50% to 400% higher than those with electric stoves. High levels of nitrogen dioxide from gas stoves have been linked with asthma exacerbation. A meta-analysis of over 40 studies spanning over 20 years showed that children living in a home with a gas cooking have a 42% increased risk of having current asthma and a 24% increased risk of lifetime asthma. 12 million Californians in homes with natural gas stoves routinely could be exposed to nitrogen dioxide levels exceeding the national ambient air quality standards for 1 hour nitrogen dioxide. These indoor exposures are significant because Californians spend an average of 87% of their time indoors. Other studies demonstrated the effects of combustion emissions from appliances that are vented through the outdoor air. A UCLA study found that about 350 annual deaths and thousands of illnesses could be avoided statewide by reducing NOx-related secondary PM 2.5 through electrification of residential natural gas appliances. In other words, 100% electrification of residential and commercial buildings in California will reduce deaths and illnesses from combustion emissions that occur in buildings. Next slide. Over 60% of California's households still rely on natural gas for space heating, water heating, and cooking, and nearly 40% rely on gas for clothes drying. For space and water heating, heat pumps are widely available for a variety of building types. Heat pump space heaters are 3 to 5 times more efficient, and heat pump water heaters are 2 to 4 times more efficient than typical gas burning and electric resistance units. For cooking, off-the-shelf equipment, both electric resistance and induction, which is more efficient and has superior cooking performance, is available to reduce or to replace gas appliances in both residential and commercial buildings. For clothes drying, heat pump clothes dryers are technically ready, but not as common in the US. Panel 2 will go into more detail on the consumer costs and market trends of electric equipment. Next slide, please. There are several important considerations that CARB is keeping in mind as we move forward with building decarbonization efforts. As noted earlier, building decarbonization supports achievement of climate targets, as well as improved indoor and outdoor air quality and improved health. Equity is of paramount importance. Since frontline communities are disproportionately impacted by pollution with increased risk of health impacts, we must develop solutions to ensure that these communities benefit and we avoid any unintended consequences. Prioritizing targeted investments in frontline communities, ensuring that energy rates are affordable, and establishing a just workforce transition are critical. Next, efforts moving forward must focus on both new and existing buildings. In any given year, new construction represents less than 2% of total building stock. As a result, existing buildings provide the greatest emission reduction potential in the near term. However, by mid-century, buildings constructed today will represent about 1/3 to 1/2 of the building stock for residential and commercial buildings, respectively. And so we must focus on new buildings at the same time. Last, building market support through incentive programs, broader investments, and other policies will also be essential to rolling out a successful building decarbonization program. Next slide. Now that I've provided some background to set the stage, I'm going to provide a bit more detail on CARB's building decarbonization work in the 2022 scoping plan update. Next slide. As I mentioned, building decarbonization will be a significant strategy in the scoping plan. As part of that work, we will summarize the benefits, costs, technological feasibility, and market readiness of building decarbonization. And we're evaluating a range of policy levers that could help achieve the level of emission reductions that will be called on for the scoping plan scenario analysis. These levers include incentives, market support programs, government partnerships, and regulations. A discussion of the challenges and opportunities, as well as the workforce and equity considerations of each potential policy path, will also be included. Information gathered during today's workshop will help us to shape the content included in the 2022 scoping plan update. Next slide. The second effort that we're seeking input on today is an emission standard for space and water heaters, as included as a draft measure for the 2022 state SIP strategy. Next slide. 19 regions in California are designated as non-attainment areas under the US EPA's 8-hour 70 parts per billion ozone standard. There are a number of control programs adopted by CARB, as well as local air districts and the US EPA, that provide a solid foundation to reduce NOx emissions, which are precursors to ozone. However, additional controls are needed across the state to further reduce NOx emissions and ensure California can meet federal air quality standards. CARB held a public workshop on October 19th to discuss several potential measures for including in the 2022 state SIP strategy. A new concept that was teed up for discussion is a statewide zero NOx and zero carbon emission standard for new space and water heaters sold in California. This potential measure is still under development and being evaluated, but would provide needed NOx co-benefits. Multiple air districts have control measures in place, and 2 air districts are proposing measures to further decrease NOx emissions from buildings. Bay Area has proposed a zero NOx emission standard with various phase-in dates for furnaces and water heaters. South Coast has also proposed a zero emission limit focused on new buildings and ultra-low NOx emission limits with incentives for zero emission equipment in existing buildings. And if California adopted a statewide zero emission standard focused on space and water heating starting in 2030, then approximately 40% of statewide building related emissions could be reduced by 2037. An additional 10% of building related emissions could be reduced if the measure applied to all end uses in buildings. This measure has the potential to reduce total statewide NOx by about 3% by 2037. CARB staff are seeking input on this concept during the workshop today. In particular, we'd like feedback on whether a statewide standard is needed and what building end uses and building types or complementary policies should be included. Panel 3 will provide an opportunity for further discussion regarding this measure. Next slide. The third effort that CARB is seeking input on today is related to the CALGreen code. Next slide. CARB does not have any formal authority to propose or adopt building standards. However, when it comes to the CALGreen code and development of green building standards, we're considered subject matter experts based on our climate and air quality expertise. CARB's worked closely with the Building Standards Commission, Housing and Community Development, Division of the State Architect, and the California Energy Commission over the years on suggested code changes. Given the tremendous emission reduction potential and associated public health benefits, as well as capital cost savings on the order of about $3,000 to $10,000 to electrify each new home, CARB staff are investigating opportunities to advance building electrification in CALGreen. This effort would be complementary to the work that CEC has accomplished with the Energy Code during the 2022 code cycle. And part of the purpose of today's workshop is to inform CALGreen efforts moving forward. We're in the initial stages of drafting concepts for zero carbon new construction. Residential cooking is a very high priority to transition electric cooking to protect public health. And at this time, we're seeking input on this next intervening code cycle. The questions that we have are what end uses should be electric, what building types, and should provisions be voluntary or mandatory? Today's panel 3 discussion can dive in deeper into challenges and opportunities for zero carbon new construction and begin the conversation on any potential exceptions. Next slide. So with that, I want to thank everyone for your time. And next, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Michael Sokol with the California Energy Commission. Michael, please turn on your camera. Michael, we can't hear you yet. If you click on your GoToMeetings toolbar, there should be a button there that allows you to unmute yourself.
All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So many different mute buttons here that I lose track at times. But thank you, Dana, for the introduction, and it's very nice to be here participating in the conversation this morning. I'm Michael Sokol. I'm the Deputy Director of the Efficiency Division at the California Energy Commission. I do have a slide deck.
Michael, you can just hit next or tell. There we go. We've got your slides. Thank you.
Thank you. So next slide, please. So some quick legislative background. Won't go into too much depth here, but the key point that I want to sort of emphasize here is that the focus on building decarbonization has been in the works for some time. Of course, everyone on this call is familiar with AB 32, SB 32, and the efforts to reduce economy-wide GHG emissions. Just a few years ago here, AB 3232 directed the Energy Commission to then extend that 40% GHG reduction target by 2030 to the building sector and assess what it would take to achieve that target. That study was completed earlier this year, and I'll describe some of the results and takeaways from the Energy Commission from that study. But it's interesting as you look at the building sector, and of course there's various ways to slice and dice it, but if you include the electricity generation associated with buildings, you're looking at roughly 25% of economy-wide GHG emissions. And so, of course, one of the key areas of focus related to reducing GHG emissions is decarbonizing the electricity generation side of the equation. So SB 100 has been a key focus leading all the way out to 2045 and developing zero carbon resources. We also at the CEC, and you'll hear, of course, from the CPUC as well, have been working on incentives focused on new construction and existing buildings that support all electric construction or retrofits. And it's worth noting that, of course, SB 350 was back in 2015 and covered a range of things, including efficiency, renewables, GHG reduction planning for utilities, but really set a priority for equity and a framework that is carried forth throughout a lot of the CEC's activities, and I know CARB we worked closely during that effort as well. So a good foundation there that carries into the building decarbonization work. And as you'll hear about today, the CEC, CPUC, CARB, local agencies, and a variety of others are working in our own areas and also collaborating on a variety of actions to support reducing GHGs associated with buildings. Next slide. So the AB 3232 Building Decarbonization Assessment, again, it was published earlier this year by the Energy Commission. Dana, I thought you had a really good graphic that reflected sort of the strategies you see here. May have to pilfer that from you at some point because ours is less pretty, but it lays out 7 core strategies to support building decarbonization, starting first with building end use electrification. And really this is efficient electrification that is based on an analysis of each different end use associated with the building, both for new construction and for existing residential and commercial buildings. Given that there is that shift, expected shift to end use electrification, making sure that we accelerate and continue to move forward with decarbonizing the electricity generation system. But we can't forget about energy efficiency, both on the electric and the natural gas side, to make sure that that appliances and end uses within buildings are still efficient with the energy that they do use, to make sure that we can right size the generation portfolio, manage grid impacts, and a variety of other co-benefits, ultimately saving people money. A little bit about refrigerants and making sure that we have low global warming potential refrigerants associated with the technologies that are going into new construction and existing buildings, particularly as we talk about heat pumps for space and water heating. Looking at distributed energy resources such as behind the meter rooftop solar or energy storage that can support managing the load and providing load flexibility. Some focus on decarbonizing the gas system. I'm not going to talk much about that today, but last but not least, demand flexibility, making sure that we're considering not just the conservation and the energy savings resultant from efficiency, but also the time of use and ways to shift load to align with the GHG content of the electricity system. Next slide. And the real conclusion from the AB 3232 analysis is that it is possible to achieve this 40% reduction with a variety of the above measures that I mentioned, sort of a portfolio approach. Some of the scenarios we ran that include a range of electrification sort of assumptions, but also looking a little bit at a comparison to not just the 2030 GHG reduction target, but what that looks like on a 2045 timeframe. And I think one of the key takeaways here is that while we can achieve the 2030 goal with even a few of the scenarios, given a range of assumptions, as we look out to the 2045 and decarbonizing the entire state's economy, it gets a lot more challenging. Even the aggressive electrification scenario doesn't quite get us there. So there's work to be done. Next slide. So here's just restating some of the conclusions, but really starting with that achieving the 2030 40% reduction goal is feasible under aggressive and even under moderate scenarios, given specific assumptions. But it's going to take a large-scale coordinated deployment of efficient electric end uses. Really, heat pumps is going to be the starting point, and that's going to be necessary. That newly constructed buildings have relatively low costs to achieve decarbonization goals, but there's large investments that are going to be needed for existing buildings to reduce GHGs. We need to make sure we have an eye towards electricity system reliability and continue to assess what the impacts and opportunities are there. Need to continue focusing on refrigerant leakage and making sure that not just low global warming potential refrigerants exist in the market, but that there's good refrigerant management during installation and end of life for any equipment. And continuing to look at the gas system role and incentives as we move forward. Next slide. So I'm getting into some of the specific regulatory avenues that the CEC associates with building decarbonization, going back to the formation of the Energy Commission with the Warren-Alquist Act back in 1974. If you could click through 2 times, please. Thank you. We oversee the Building Energy Efficiency Code and update that every 3 years to improve efficiency and also assist local jurisdictions with enforcement. We also develop efficiency standards for appliance, energy, and water efficiency for products that are not covered federally. Last slide, or next slide. As a result of these standards over this time frame, California uses 31% less electricity per capita compared to the rest of the United States. And there's a range of factors that go into that, but of course, one of those is the standards that the state of California moves forward. Next slide. Starting with the building standards, we just recently adopted an update earlier this year at the CEC, and there's a range of efficiency measures and measures that support decarbonization that were put forth. A few selective highlights here are moving forward prescriptive baselines that encourage the use of cost-effective, efficient heat pumps. That's a heat pump for either space or water heating, depending upon the climate zone across the state. Also moving forward with cost-effective behind-the-meter solar, electric, and battery storage standards for select non-residential building types. In 2019, we adopted the first in the nation low-rise residential rooftop PV requirement. A similar standard was adopted for certain non-residential buildings in this standard. Electric-ready requirements for single-family and multifamily buildings. So even if it's not an all-electric, we're making sure that there's the ability for new construction to support electric end uses when feasible and cost-effective. We also looked at streamlining some of the code to make it easier to access for multifamily projects in particular. And we improved ventilation requirements associated with cooking that gives some favor to electric cooking over natural gas cooking. Next slide. Oh, next slide. And as we move forward, of course, we know that the building standards work is not done. There's a lot of additional potential themes that we're going to be looking at moving forward. An assessment by end use, by climate zone, by building type of where heat pump baselines make sense to continue to move forward. Also refrigerants, looking at low GWP opportunities. Some focus on additions and alterations of existing buildings and making sure that those opportunities are leveraged to support efficiency and decarbonization. Some focus on process and industrial efficiency, continuing to look at energy storage and load flexibility, both for residential and non-residential buildings. And then electric vehicles, making sure that we're taking a comprehensive look in line with the 2035 goals at Readiness, the appropriate credits associated with EV charging. And beyond that, looking at a range of measures supporting energy accounting and some of the analytical foundation of the building standards, while continuing to work with other agencies on health and safety issues and housing affordability as key priorities as we approach improving efficiency and decarbonizing the state's new buildings. Next slide. Similarly, on the appliances side, we develop standards for appliances and equipment that are cost effective and technically feasible and consume less energy as allowed with federal jurisdictions. And so what I have here is a range of recent standards that we adopted and just highlighting some of the savings that we've estimated to give some scale. General service lamps covered basically majority of light bulb types needing to comply with an LED standard that was adopted last year. In addition to efficiency standards, we also look at water efficiency standards. And so you see spray sprinkler bodies and some of the other standards supporting both water and efficiency savings. Next slide. And here's some ongoing standards that we're looking at. Some linear fluorescent lamps, additional lighting measures, some landscape irrigation controllers and dipper wells as we look at water efficiency savings, We continue to assess the technical feasibility and cost effectiveness of a range of standards as opportunities present themselves. And so we will continue to move forward with those. Next slide. In addition to the appliance efficiency and water efficiency standards, we also now have the authority to develop load flexibility standards for appliances. And this is so important because as you can look at the time of generation and the GHG content associated with energy consumption, it's really important that we develop strategies to shift load from times of high GHG content to lower times. So shifting from the evenings and the morning into the middle of the day when there's excess solar generation, particularly in the summer months. Although as we see growing electric end uses, we may see impacts in other seasons as well. Next slide. In order to move forward with load flexibility, we have a multi-pronged approach at the CEC and working with other agencies, starting with load management standards for utilities. The CEC has developed and is moving forward load management standards and a supporting database called MIDAS rate database that will collect hourly rate information or sub-hourly time-dependent rates from utilities. They will report this to the MIDAS database along with flex alerts from the CAISO and greenhouse gas emission signals that come through the SGIP program, Self-Generation Incentive Program for now, could come from elsewhere. They are made publicly available through an API to third-party services or directly to end-use appliances within a building. And this is all to facilitate a prices to devices system that allows customers to operate their appliances more flexibly and save money while reducing GHG emissions. Next slide. The other side of that coin is making sure that we have appliances that are able to receive and respond to the appropriate signals to shift load. You see here pictured a grid-connected heat pump water heater. That's a good example that we're currently assessing. Given the expected widespread deployment of heat pump water heaters across the state, both for new construction and retrofits in the coming years, we want to make sure that those appliances are flexible and able to respond as needed to grid conditions and prices. Next slide.
Michael, 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. So running through the BUILD program, which is the 1477 incentive program the CEC administers for new construction that looks at near zero emission building technologies, largely all electric new construction. It's got to be located in IOU gas territory. And there's a strong low income disadvantaged community focus where there's over $60 million available for new low income residential housing. This is in the thick of being deployed very quickly here. We'll have guidelines and implementation guidance coming very soon. They're also in developing a market rate new construction build 2.0, we call it, that's a little further behind this low income piece. So let me speed up just a little bit because here's the conclusions and the interesting part. Next slide. The 3232 assessment laid the foundation and showed what scenarios would look like to achieve the 40% reduction goal. This year's integrated energy policy report that the Energy Commission put forth and published early last week builds upon that assessment and draws some additional conclusions and recommendations, starting with a need to focus squarely on existing buildings as the largest challenge and really important opportunity to support GHG reductions. In order to do that, we need to work very closely across agencies, both for health and safety, decarbonization, and housing affordability goals, and make sure that there's a balance of all those. We need to continue to support efficient electric new buildings where it makes sense, as end uses are cost effective and technically feasible given climate zone and building type considerations. I talked about load management. I talked about the need to support refrigerant. We need to collect and analyze data from a variety of sources to inform this pathway and identify the opportunities and where the needs are. Focus on compliance and enforcement as a real tool and a necessary measure to support decarbonization. Make sure we're actually realizing those GHG emissions that we're calculating. And to do this, there's going to take a lot of support of local leadership and considerations of workforce. Two emerging opportunities that we see connected to the building decarbonization discussion are going beyond the operational layer of buildings and looking at embodied carbon that exists within building materials and ways to address and reduce that over time. And looking, of course, at industrial and agricultural process decarbonization that's sort of in parallel with the building focus. Next slide. And let me just draw attention to the need to really focus on existing buildings. I've mentioned it a few times. That is sort of the key lever that underlies the AB 3232 analysis. And it shows that the faster we can decarbonize existing buildings, the faster we can achieve our goals. In order to do that, we know the costs are going to be immense. And you see some cost estimates from the study noted here. In reality, we know the costs are likely going to be well beyond that, likely in the multiple hundreds of billions of dollars when you consider things like panel upgrades, remediation with existing buildings, structural issues within the building, and others. In order to achieve this, we've got to focus and prioritize equity at the core to alleviate energy burden of the building occupants, consider how to benefit both building owners and renters, some special consideration for rural and tribal areas, and balancing affordability with the existing housing stock and new construction, while considering a range of non-energy benefits that don't always come into play for cost effectiveness. And I will just say, next slide, quickly wrapping up, in order to do that, we want to continue to support local governments, collaborate with community-based organizations and locals, tribal governments, support local planning and reach code development, and make sure we're focusing on a just transition for the workforce. Last slide is that we also have a suite of energy research and development funding programs that come into play and support technology development and demonstration that will need to continue moving forward to support our long-term building decarbonization goals. So I will end my slides there and hand off to Rory Cox from CPUC.
Rory, we can't hear you yet.
You should be unmuted
Okay. Now. Okay, yes. I sorry about that. I was talking to my cat. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rory. I'm from the California Public Utilities Commission, and thanks for the previous two panelists for citing a very good policy groundwork and explanation of what their agencies are doing. I'm going to talk mostly about the programs that the PUC has authorized or is working on. And I'm going to start by talking about the tech initiative. And if you can go to the next slide, that would be great. The tech initiative is, so Michael just talked about the build program, and the tech initiative is its sibling program. It was authorized under the same bill, SB 1477, and the same CPUC decision. And the combined budget of both of those programs is $200 million, of which $117 million goes to tech. And tech is really concerned with focusing on market development and reducing barriers to adoption of heat pumps. So if you may know that we're kind of we currently have very low market adoption of heat pumps in California, and along with that low adoption is low awareness, and just there's just not a lot of skills out there amongst contractors to install them. And in addition, they're more expensive. So we're trying to go after all of these barriers, all these reasons to not put in heat pumps. So tech launched a few months ago, back in August. There's a company called Energy Solutions that is serving as the prime implementer. They have 11 subcontractors that are all doing various things, and they've been working furiously to get this program off the ground. The tech initiative is sort of branded as Tech Clean California. And at the bottom of the slide there, you'll see the Tech Clean California logo. So next slide, please. This is just a timeline of how things have rolled out. The first incentives came out in August in SCE territory, kind of picked up from a program that SCE was winding down. They've been doing a lot of contractor outreach. At this point, I believe 50 some odd contractors have signed up for the training. More incentives rolled out in the Bay Area in October, and some contractor forums. But then last week was sort of the big release of statewide incentives. So now tech incentives are available across California, but only in the gas IOU territories, which is a huge portion of the state, but not the entire state. So go ahead, next slide. And just to give you an idea of some of the things that the DEC is looking to address, and some of the ways it's going out, it's looking at addressing all the market barriers. Tariffed on financing is a method of financing that where the bill is paid off on the customer's utility bill. If you get a loan for one of these appliances, you are paying it on your utility bill from reductions of the utility bill, you're not directly on the hook for the loan. So then that loan moves if you move to the next owner of the next inhabitant of that house, and that sort of reduces the upfront cost for people. They're doing the team is working on some low-income pilots, some multifamily pilots. They're looking at how to enable and install and train contractors on heat pump water heaters that load shift, and also working with permitting departments to streamline the permitting and installation process for heat pumps. And also doing some work on customer targeting per the legislation. For instance, the legislation directs them to do some targeting around the communities affected by the Aliso Canyon gas field. So there's some effort to target those customers. And then there's a Quick Start grant program, which rewards their solicitation for projects that small grants for projects that are kind of looking at innovative ways to incentivize and to get heat pumps in the market. These range from everything from 120 volt water heater that is that the New Buildings Institute has been working on, and that there's been a grant given to do some field testing of that. Also some programs to install heat pump water heaters in native low-income housing, various other things in the Quick Start grants. And they'll be revealed publicly this week, actually, at there's a tech stakeholder workshop coming up on Wednesday, which you can sign up for at a website that I'll give you in just a second. Anyway, next slide, please. And this is a couple of the websites that Tech has launched. The consumer-facing website, theswitchison.org. The exciting thing about this website is that you can find all the rebates that are available in your zip code area. So if I put my address in or my zip code in Oakland, I see there are 13 possible incentives that are available to me. And then there is the more industry-wide facing website, which is this energysolution.com/tech. Site, and this is where you can sign up for announcements for stakeholder engagement and where contractors can interface with the program and the like. And next slide, we're going to talk about some other programs. So a program that we just authorized is called WONDER, or the Wildfire and Natural Disaster Recovery and Resilience Program. And this is targeting victims of wildfire who lost their homes and whose homes are red flagged. And this is a $50 million program with pretty generous incentives for rebuilding to beyond code all electric construction, and even greater generosity for low-income customers, 1.5 times higher the incentive for low-income customers. So that is the WONDER program. Next slide. All right. We recently put out a staff proposal which proposes getting rid of the gas line extension payments that are currently available to home builders. If you are a home builder, you can, when you hook up a home to the natural gas distribution system, you get a payment in various forms for doing that, which comes from ratepayers. It comes from the rate base. So right now, a new home qualifies for between $1,727 and $2,713 in payments for natural gas line extensions. These are generally paid to the builder and generally pay for most of the connection to a home. And what we have recommended in the staff proposal, and that is part of our building decarbonization proceeding, is the elimination of all of those allowances, refunds, discounts. These are the different forms that these payments take. We just, given where the policies, the state, and where we're going with the building code and whatnot, we no longer think it's appropriate for ratepayers to be footing the bill for these gas line extensions. So that's another effort we have happening. Next slide, please. The Energy Savings Assistance Program, that is a program that's been around for a long time, and they do free upgrades for low-income housing to do some home upgrades to existing homes. And the program has just authorized decarbonization opportunities as part of the Energy Savings Assistance Program. There's a pilot program that is targeting for existing homes to achieve up to 50% energy savings per home. And I believe those are all free to the customer. And at the same time, SCE has launched a pilot program expected to launch next year. $40 million for a building electrification pilot and $10 million for a program called Clean Energy Homes. I believe these were all passed in the same decision. Yes, they were the decisions at the top there last June. So that's the update from ESA. Next slide. The self-generation incentive program, we're currently considering a proposal to authorize the SCHIP program, the self-generation incentive program, to fund almost $45 million to specifically heat pump water heaters. And this would be required to be load shifting water heaters, and most of that funding is targeted towards residential, the residential market. And we are currently looking at that in this proceeding, which the number of which is down below, R20-05012. SCHIP is mostly funded energy storage, and we find this is kind of consistent because water heaters can serve the same load shifting function as batteries can, similar anyway, and so that is why this is being looked at in the SCHIP proceeding. So that's another program. And one more slide, I believe.
Rory, 2 minutes, please.
Okay, thanks. We're getting there. Oh, sorry, 2 more slides. San Joaquin Valley Affordable Energy Pilots. This is targeting communities in the San Joaquin Valley that were highly dependent on propane and wood burning appliances because they were not on the national gas grid. This pilot authorized $56 million for all electric rebuilds in most cases, and I think there's one community that can do dual fuel, but the rest of them are all electric, and disadvantaged communities in all cases. Next slide. And this is this slide just is a big shift in the way the energy efficiency funds are being used, and the way energy efficiency is looking at their portfolio, rather than being based solely on or prominently on energy savings, as has been the case with energy efficiency. They're now looking at 3 different buckets of programs in the EE portfolio. And the first one is resource acquisition, which is kind of like where they had been, but they've added these 2 extra categories: market support, which has a primary objective of supporting the long-term success of the EE market by educating customers, training contractors, and the like, and not as a different way of looking at things rather than just KWH reductions, and then an equity bucket for low-income, hard-to-reach, and underserved customers as well. And I believe that is my last slide. Dana did ask that there was one question that came up of, what lessons have we learned? And I think the biggest lessons that we've learned from all of this is that I just described several programs, all with different buckets of money, all with different rules on cost effectiveness and how they're all supposed to be implemented, all with different characteristics of what the measure of success is, and but they're all incentivizing pretty much the same thing, which is heat pumps. So it's kind of it's sort of a good problem to have, in that we have all this diversity of programs, and this is all coming from decades of different pieces of legislation that have come down the line that are now being implemented in programs. But I think if this has kind of created a complication for us, certainly, that we attempted to address in a recent decision on incentive layering, but it's certainly going to be an ongoing challenge until we can sort of address all these things in a more systemic way, and maybe look at these programs as not trying to do a lot of different things, but really trying to do one thing, which is reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That's one way of of looking at it. So that is it for me. And I'm going to turn it over to Denise from Rocky Mountains Institute.
Hello. Thank you, CARB staff, for convening this workshop and for the invitation to speak. Building decarbonization is such a crucial issue to help create a clean, equitable, and healthy future for all Californians. And I'm glad CARB has taken the time to engage with this key issue in its scoping plan. My name is Denise Grab, and I'm a manager on RMI's Carbon-Free Buildings team based in our Oakland office. Today, I'll be talking about why building decarbonization, especially getting fossil fuels out of our buildings, is vital for climate, for health, and for a resilient and equitable future for all Californians. Next slide, please. A great part about decarbonizing buildings is that making them better improves people's lives. Buildings are where we spend 90% of our time. So improving the comfort, health, and productivity of building occupants can positively impact the lives of millions of Californians. There's a massive equity component to our buildings as well. Air quality, extreme heat, and high energy costs all disproportionately impact communities of color and disadvantaged communities. If you are living in a zip code that is predominantly Black or brown, you are spending over 3 times more of your income on your energy costs than if you're living in a zip code that is predominantly white. Moreover, buildings are now one of the largest contributors to air pollution, both outdoors and indoors. I'll talk more about outdoor air pollution shortly, but on the indoor front, homes with gas stoves have dramatically higher nitrogen dioxide pollution levels than homes with electric stoves. 12 million Californians in homes with gas stoves are routinely exposed to nitrogen dioxide levels so high that they would be illegal outdoors. And children who live in a home with a gas stove have a 42% increased risk of having asthma symptoms compared to children in homes with electric stoves. In short, getting fossil fuels out of buildings is crucial for health, climate, resilience, and economic opportunity. Next slide, please. So burning fossil fuels in our buildings is a major source of outdoor air pollution, especially as our power and transportation sectors become cleaner. Building appliances, like gas furnaces and water heaters, are causing an ever larger share of the smog and particle pollution in our state. Despite burning the same amount of gas, buildings emit over 7 times as much nitrogen oxide pollution as power plants. Next slide, please. A UCLA study last year looked into these numbers more and found that eliminating this pollution from buildings would reduce 16,000 tons of nitrogen oxides per year statewide, save hundreds of lives, and avoid hundreds more cases of respiratory illnesses annually. Next slide, please. Moreover, there are significant equity implications of appliance pollution as well. People of color are exposed to nearly twice as much harmful particulate matter from gas appliances as are whites. Now, as I put up this slide, I do want to note that I am not a member of these burdened communities and cannot speak on their behalf. It is crucial that this policy process is designed to center the needs and priorities of the most affected communities with their voices at the center of the process. But a key point here, though, is that the pollution from building appliances are being released in and around homes and communities. Those communities with higher numbers of fossil appliances will bear the highest burden from these pollution sources. And it's vital that we support these burdened communities to replace these polluting appliances with cleaner and healthier zero-emission alternatives. Next slide, please. Turning over to climate impacts, direct emissions from buildings are a significant chunk of statewide greenhouse gas emissions. Direct combustion from buildings is over 1/10 of greenhouse gases statewide. The total is even higher when you consider upstream methane leakage from throughout the gas distribution system. There's simply no way to reach our state's deep decarbonization climate goals without tackling emissions from buildings. Next slide. And to put this in context, California is among the biggest building polluters in the country. We're second only to New York, which has a substantially higher pollution level due to their colder climate. But California is right up there at the top in terms of emissions from buildings. Next slide, please. And with existing policies, California is actually heading in the wrong direction the fastest. Between 2013 and 2017, California added more new gas customers faster than any other state. Hopefully this will be changing with the new policies that we've been hearing about on this panel from CARB, CEC, and CPUC, but that's yet to be seen. Next slide. Now, across the US, we have made great progress in reducing emissions from the electricity, but not in the building sector, where the emissions from electricity power sector have been down 40% since 2007, but buildings have been flat or only very slightly down since 2007. Next slide, please. And the story is the same in California. building emissions have remained flat for the past decade and a half. And in the most recent scoping plan from 2017, building emissions are projected to remain flat through 2030. Now, energy efficiency has been very effective at keeping emissions flat despite building growth, but we need to decrease emissions, not just keep them flat. In order to reach our climate goals and to align with the 1.5 degree C future that's necessary to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, we need to cut our buildings' emissions in half by 2030. We need to stop burning fossil fuels in buildings when we have zero emissions alternatives readily available. Next slide, please. And fortunately, we do have readily available solutions to all of these problems. We have zero emitting, efficient, all electric alternatives that are already on the market. You can walk into a home improvement store and find a heat pump space heater that is 3 times as efficient as your gas furnace and is a 2-in-1 heater and air conditioner. You can buy a heat pump water heater that is 3 to 5 times as efficient as a gas water heater and can help with electricity load balancing and grid resiliency. You can buy an induction stove that efficiently heats your cookware with a degree of precision unavailable from gas stoves and without the fire risk. These advanced electric technologies are not just substitutes for gas appliances, they're better than their gas alternatives. But so far, they're smaller niche markets, and we need clear policy signals, incentives, and contractor training to ensure we ramp up these technologies at a speed necessary to meet the needs of the climate crisis. Next slide, please. We sometimes hear concerns from folks that switching from gas to heat pump appliances in our buildings might not reduce greenhouse gas emissions if we need to burn more fossil fuels to make the electricity. But in fact, heat pumps are so efficient, over 2.5 times more efficient than gas furnaces, that even accounting for electricity line loss, the fuel burned by a gas plant to power heat pumps will emit less carbon dioxide than burning gas to produce the same amount of heat in a furnace. And as we move toward an ever larger share of renewables on the grid, the emission savings from electrification will become even bigger. Next slide, please. Heat pumps are also cost-effective and efficient. New all-electric homes are cheaper than homes that include gas, when including lifetime heating, cooling, and water heating costs. And under the right conditions, given the tremendous efficiency of heat pumps, customers who replace gas with heat pumps can save money on their utility bills. Next slide, please. The bottom line is that building electrification's benefits extend far beyond greenhouse gas reductions. These heat pumps offer climate and health benefits. They offer the opportunity to heat and cool homes. These heat pumps can provide much needed air conditioning and air filtration for folks who may not have had access to these resources in increasingly hotter and smokier summers. Building electrification can provide resiliency and grid management benefits. It can help support battery storage and load balancing. We have the technology, we know how to solve these problems, we just need to commit to making it happen. Next slide, please. Fortunately, many cities and states across the country are leading to move toward a pollution-free buildings future. Cities across California have adopted policies limiting gas connections for new buildings. The slide says 52 cities. We're actually up to 54 cities since I submitted these slides last week. We also have, as you've heard on this panel, electrification policy support from CARB, the CEC, the CPUC. More needs to be done, but they're certainly moving in the right direction. We also see the Bay Area and South Coast air quality management districts considering zero emission standards for gas appliances, which is a huge deal. And we see a lot of progress in New York as well. New York City is in the process of phasing out gas connections in new construction citywide. And we've seen Ithaca, New York, commit to decarbonizing all buildings, both new and existing buildings citywide by 2030. We're seeing significant progress in other states across the country with some particularly notable policies in Denver, Eugene, Seattle, and more. There's a lot of really exciting progress, but there's also a lot of work to do. And look forward to working with this state and beyond to help make that happen. Next slide, please. Happy to answer any questions you may have, and thank you again to CARB for helping make this discussion possible and really dig into these crucial issues. And that's it, and I will turn it back to Dana.
Thanks, Denise. Thanks, Rory and Michael, for all of your presentations. Next slide, please. At this time, I'd like to introduce Trish Johnson. She's our Environmental Justice Advisory Committee liaison to help facilitate any comments from the EJAC committee. Trish?
Hi, Dana. This is Trish. I work for the California Air Resources Board in the Office of Environmental Justice as the staff liaison to the AB 32 Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. I was kind of taking my time there to give folks a chance to raise their hand. You should see in your menu on the right a hand to be able to raise to indicate that you want to speak. We wanted to provide this opportunity first to, we have 19 current members of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. We wanted to provide this opportunity first if any of them have any questions or comments at this time, but I am not seeing any hands from EJAC members currently. Might give this one more minute.
We do also have Marta Dina on our list of panelists, and I noticed that Marta does not have an ability to raise her hand as a panelist. So perhaps we should call on her first to see if she has any comments.
Thanks, Dana. Did you have anything right now, Marta Dina?
Well, I'm going to take advantage that my presentation is probably too long and say a few things. So the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee has answered some of CARB's questions around building decarb. And
Marta,
what we have,
Marta, would you be able to share your screen or turn on your camera so that people can see you? It's right under your mute and unmute. There should be a button that allows you to share your camera. Perfect.
There we go.
Thank you.
So we have answered the some of the questions that have been asked, and I will be talking about the work that PSR later, the work that PSR has been doing. But I think in general, the committee is deeply concerned. One, yes, that building decarbonization is an important part of the strategy. How we get there are really important questions, and the questions that have been raised certainly through the EJAC mirror what we are hearing from multiple sectors, from the housing sector, from folks who work with the unhoused, from the environmental justice sector, all share a set of concerns around how the benefits and burdens of this policy will play out. And certainly we've talked about the focus being on both new and existing buildings and getting it right. As the EJAC has seen what happens when we don't focus on renters and other folks who can't access new technologies as easily, and how do we design those programs in a holistic manner are going to be really important. And I'm going to stop there because I don't want to step on my own presentation, but there is a lot of interest in working on this issue and collaborating with CARB. As you know, we have been working with the internal team at CARB, and many of our organizations will be organizing listening sessions throughout the state of California to engage communities on these issues of energy. And we've stopped calling it building decarbonization because what we're trying to achieve is energy democracy. And then I'll be defining that in a bit, but I'll stop just in case there are other EJAC members that have come on and want to join and have comments.
Thank you, Marta Dina. I still don't see any hands raised from Environmental Justice Advisory Committee members. And so it might be time for my colleagues to call on public comment.
Okay, thanks, Trish. Thanks, Marta Dina. We'll look forward to your presentation in the next panel. And at this point, next slide, At this point, we're opening it up for public comments. So if you have a comment, please use the raise your hand feature. It looks like we have a few people in the queue right now. We will go ahead and start with Karen Cook, followed by Braxton Bridges and Josh Jacobs. Karen, now I do not see you on the list. Okay, we'll move to Braxton Bridges. Braxton, you have now been unmuted. Please introduce yourself and state your name and affiliation, please. Braxton, you're now unmuted if you'd like to make a comment. Okay, I'm going to move to the next person. Josh Jacobs. You're now unmuted. If you'd like to state your comment, please.
Yeah, Dana, thanks. Hopefully third time's the charm. Josh Jacobs, WAP Sustainability. We do somewhere between 40 and 50% of the public life cycle assessment work in North America. So just wanted to echo something Mr. Sokol said from the IEPR report from earlier this year. Their number 9 strategy needs to be higher on the state of California. I appreciate all the discussion around electrification. It's greatly important, obviously, and none of this should diminish the work that's being done there. But embodied carbon is becoming a bigger issue. It is a massive issue as we speak, but as we decarbonize the grid, operation energy is going to go down, and the work that you folks are going to take on. So some of the proposals to work within CALGreen and bring in EPD reporting, global warming potential limits on individual products are incredibly important. I am currently the chair of the lead steering committee where we have done a great deal of work on this. I am also vice chair of ASHRAE 189.1 and would love to work with the state on how to implement life cycle assessment data, whether through EPDs or other methodologies that certainly take into account the amount of work that this needs, that has to happen in these processes. So look forward to that work and glad to see that embodied carbon is not the ugly stepsister in this conversation and that electrification is the only thing in the world. So thank you very much.
Great, thanks for your comment. We have 6 people on the list right now. We'll go to Wes Solons next, followed by Ignacio Fernandez and Ken Strong. Let me go ahead and unmute Wes. Wes, you are unmuted now. Please state your name. Go ahead.
Yeah, Wes Solons with U.S. Green Building Council. Wearing a couple of hats today. I'm also a member of the CALGreen Code Advisory Committee for the BSC and a member of the Contra Costa County Sustainability Commission where I live. And yeah, I just want to support all the good things I've heard today from the presenters. I think electrifying and decarbonizing and all the technologies you heard, that's the right move. I think CALGreen is a interesting place to put some of these requirements, and I would support looking into that. I know it's probably a heavy lift, but it sounds like the time is right, and the intervening code cycle could be a really nice time to do this. So I just want to support all that work and here to help. And also want to underscore what Josh Jacobs just said. He is I work for USGBC. We maintain the lead rating system, and embodied carbon is becoming, as we get greener and tighter and more efficient homes, embodied carbon, that share of the carbon footprint is only increasing, especially for new buildings. And just want to point out that, LEED and other standards like the International Green Construction Code, which is a model code from ICC that we, USGBC, helped co-sponsor. It has a nice set of measures about embodied carbon. They're also working on some electrification things as well. So that's a good place to look for some model code language that could be useful in updating codes. So I just want to support and last but not least, also all the environmental justice comments have to be really well taken into consideration as well. We got to make sure these things are accessible to everyone and everyone gets the benefits of decarbonizing. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Wes. Next on the list is Ignacio. Let me go ahead and unmute you. Okay, you're unmuted now. Please state your name, affiliation, and your comment.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, great.
Yeah,
Great. Good morning, Chair Randolph, members of the board, and staff member of the Air Resources Board. My name is Ignacio Fernandez, and on behalf of Southern California Edison, I thank you for organizing this Building Decarbonization workshop and this opportunity for all of us to provide comments. SCE looks forward to its continued partnership with CARB and stakeholders in the development of the 2022 CARB scoping plan update. Knowing that California's ambitious decarbonization goals are less than 9 years away, we need to emphasize the importance of electrification of space and water heating as one of the most readily achievable pathways to greenhouse gas emission reductions. Building electrification is a critical component of reaching California's decarbonization targets. As many studies as were presented today across the state agencies, specifically AB 3232 Building Decarbonization Assessment demonstrated that buildings would require aggressive decarbonization efforts to achieve a 40% reduction by 2030. And even its most aggressive building electrification scenario would be challenged in sufficiently supporting achievement of 2045 carbon neutrality target. Unfortunately, existing programs and current state actions are insufficient, and a huge gap remains to be filled. While transportation electrification has an EV goal, buildings do not have a quantifiable goal where state agencies feel the urgency to establish programs to increase heat pump adoption. Setting electric heat pump targets similar to the EV goals would spur the state to develop a clear and coordinated transition plan and support policies to electrify buildings efficiently. To meet these ambitious goals, there's an urgent need to increase heat pump adoption substantially. Therefore, near-term programs and long-term policies are needed to achieve the necessary rapid move to heat pumps, such as 1, to set a quantifiable electric heat pump adoption target with a timeline for adoption of heat pump technologies. 2, eliminate fossil fuels from new buildings and set performance-based standards to phase out fossil fuel appliances in existing buildings. And 3, dedicate funds to through 2030 to efficient building electrification, including appliance incentives and infrastructure funding similar to transportation electrification levels. Carbon neutrality in 2045 can be achieved through deep decarbonization of the electric sector, electrification of vehicles and buildings, and equitable access to clean technology. We must affordably execute this transition while simultaneously adapting to a changing climate and ensuring communities who have carried the cumulative emission burden historically, assuring that they do not carry that same burden into the future. Southern California Edison is committed to maintaining affordability for all customers while undertaking the work to provide safe, reliable, resilient, and clean energy. SCE looks forward to its continued partnership with CARB and recognizes an opportunity for this scoping plan update to further refine targets, programs, and actions needed to meet the state's goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have 4 people left in the comment queue. I'll start with Cassandra Russo, followed by Ted Tiffany and Richard Finley. Cassandra, let me go ahead and unmute you. Cassandra, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Please state your name, affiliation, and provide your comment.
Yes, Cassandra Russo. I work for AmeriGas Propane, second generation AmeriGas Propane employee. And I'm in Northern California. I work directly with our customers that rely on propane to keep their homes functioning in our rural communities, our ag customers, our commercial businesses, and keep those essential employees working. And we've seen a tremendous impact to our communities in regards to the power outages. And these power outages have a potential to cost American households as much as $150 billion a year. And our propane generators have been essential to keeping California's homes running, to keep residents from those surprise expenses. We've been a great partner to the solar projects that are going on so that they can continue to function at night, during power outages, in the wintertime. And it really is something that needs to be considered, especially when we're talking about life cycle analysis and how propane can partner with all of these projects and be a part of the decarbonization conversation, especially when the grid that already has its fair share of nuclear power in use. We've got to retire that. We've got to replace that. The grid is going to be taxed. It's already at capacity. We now know when rolling blackouts are happening, which has allowed us to be a little bit proactive in making sure that the generators are there, hospitals, fire camps, first responders. When, you know, we've been hit with the wildfires, especially in Northern California, propane has been essential to making sure that everybody continues to function and they're functioning safely and responsibly. And so I appreciate the time today to be able to give public comment and just allow propane to be considered a partner in this decarbonization conversation, both on the renewable side and where we stand today. We're available. There's no additional infrastructure investment needed, and we're ready to jump in. So thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra. We have 6 people in the comment queue. I'll start with Ted Tiffany, followed by Richard Finley, and then Braxton Bridges. Ted, you have now been unmuted. Please unmute yourself and state your comment.
Hi, Dana. Ted Tiffany, Gitman & Blavik Consulting Engineers. Hopefully you can hear me. Just following up on a couple of things that Wes and a couple of the other speakers already addressed around getting embodied carbon in the accounting methods and the focus on refrigerants. And I want to make sure that as these proceedings go forward, that we get the embodied carbon, the refrigerant calculations, and even the energy standards on the same timeline. You know, we're going to be pushing towards heat pump technology, and at a time where we need to transform the heat pump technology on refrigerants. So I want to make sure the metrics that we use in there really have a full accounting of the global warming potential for the refrigerants, not only the type of refrigerants, but the volume of refrigerants. And so that we have that informative nature in the life cycle carbon assessment of a total building. And I think that's where we need to, is to get the operational carbon impacts of energy, the operational carbon impacts of refrigerants, and the embodied carbon impacts all on one same page, so that we have a very simple informative metric for a total building life cycle impact that owners, operators, designers can understand is all on the same page. Right now, they're very different, disassociated on very different timelines that need to be reconciled so that it is easy to measure a building performance over its life cycle. And that will lend itself to all the work we need to do on existing buildings. So that's my comment. Please do have a focus on refrigerants as we move forward so we can shape the refrigerant transition in this same timeline we're working on decarbonization. Thank you.
Thanks, Ted. Okay, next I'll call on Richard Finley. Richard, you've now been unmuted.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a principal in a startup, Coil Pod LLC. We're based north of New York City. We were just selected a few weeks ago as one of 15 members in a decarbonization cohort for the Impel Plus program, which is administered by Lawrence Berkeley Labs for the DOE. We have an interest in regard to preventative maintenance of cooling equipment, refrigeration and AC. Such tasks as coil cleaning, filter replacement are hardly ever done by the owners. Within the last 20 minutes, I sent an email to Michael, Rory, and Denise attaching a global study from the Carbon Trust in 2018, which estimated that unneeded power plant emissions globally stand at 500 million metric tons a year because there's a lack of maintenance in the HVAC/R cooling sector. This is a topic that is hardly ever discussed by anybody. That same study estimated that better cleaning and maintenance globally for all the deployed refrigeration and AC units would represent an additional 40% emissions reduction benefit over HFC refrigerant replacement. HFC refrigerants basically get all the attention in the cooling sector. And quite frankly, the discussion sucks the oxygen out of the room, if you will, in regard to the topic that we're pitching. So I did send the data or the study, and I sent some numbers that we ran for New York City in regard to better cleaning and maintenance of cooling and AC equipment. And this could possibly be extrapolated to California and other regions. But we estimated from this global study by the Carbon Trust, using gross domestic product as a calculation proxy to get a handle on all the AC and refrigeration running in New York City, we estimated that possibly 8.5 million metric tons of unneeded power plant emissions for New York City are due to lack of maintenance on cooling equipment, both residential refrigeration, commercial refrigeration, which is our focus area, and all the AC that's running. That 8.5 million metric ton figure for the city represents almost 25% of the total stationary energy emissions of the city. And I can tell you that the folks are not looking at that issue. So it has to be looked at. And I would enjoy discussing this with anybody on this call, either the California political representatives or anybody that's interested in this as a strategy. It can be immediately done if you can herd the cats, and that's the owners, the service industry, which does not do preventative maintenance by and large, the politicos, and the energy efficiency community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Okay, we'll now move to Braxton Bridges, followed by Michael Malnowski. Braxton, let me unmute you. Okay, Braxton, you're now unmuted if you would like to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Braxton Bridges. I'm calling on behalf of the Association for Energy Affordability, also known as AEA, and we are a 501c3 not-for-profit technical services and training organization dedicated to achieving energy efficiency and the deployment of renewable energy resources in new and existing multifamily buildings. And our portfolio of programs includes the Bay Area Multifamily Buildings Enhancements Program, also known as BAMBI, and CSD's Low Income Weatherization Program for Multifamily, also known as LIWIP. We've witnessed firsthand the efficacy of building decarbonization programs in supporting the equitable distribution of benefits associated with California's transition to a carbon neutral economy. For example, through our LIWIP program, we've helped residents save 30% on average on their energy bills. We've reduced greenhouse gas emissions through completed projects and have invested 89% of program funds in disadvantaged communities. However, the Scoping Plan 2022 update offers an opportunity to expand the scope and scale of current building decarbonization efforts. And the Scoping Plan update should establish a roadmap that identifies equity-based strategies to decarbonize new and existing buildings, centering environmental justice communities and those most at risk to climate impacts. There are still many challenges associated with the integration of building decarbonization activities within frontline communities. Large upfront cost of electric appliances, for example, hinder the ability of low-income individuals and multifamily property owners to engage in decarbonization retrofits. And it is for reasons such as this that we urge CARB to include the building sector in the main body of the update rather than the appendix, so the state can begin addressing many of these important questions and concerns. AEA is grateful to participate in this important conversation, and we thank the Air Resources Board for the opportunity to provide public comment. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Braxton. Next, I'll call on Michael Malski. We do have 4 people in the comment queue and about 5 minutes left for public comments. So I will turn it over to Michael. You've now been unmuted.
Thanks, Dana. Appreciate this conversation. I'm Mike Malinowski here representing the 11,000 California architects, members of AIA California. We shape the built environment in designing new and existing buildings in California and beyond. We really welcome this broad-reaching conversation that touches on 4 pillars: conservation, electrification, renewables, and equity and inclusion. And we stand ready to work with CARB and the other state agency stakeholders in moving forward in all those areas. I have a couple of specific areas I'd like to focus in on that tie in with petitions that AIA California had active in the last code cycle and work that's carrying over to the upcoming code cycle. The first is related to CALGreen. We recognize that embodied carbon is a major missing link in CALGreen. Authoritative studies show that the best performing new buildings can take between 10 and 80 years to recoup the carbon impacts from their construction. The timeline we know that we have to act on for climate action to make a difference does not allow us to take 10 to 80 years to get back to the balance point. So we recognize that issues like embodied carbon are critically important. We also understand how difficult it is to get such a broad and complex topic into CALGreen, and we're working with various stakeholders right now and trying to create some focus in order to help move that forward. The term is not even in CALGreen, which is a huge disappointment. And in fact, we believe that CALGreen has a huge potential to be a beacon and a forward-looking framework to help move California forward. Since its creation in 2008, though, it has moved from being a groundbreaking, world-leading body of code knowledge to being behind the times. And the best evidence for this is that we have over 50 jurisdictions in California that have had to, on their own, custom develop their own individual REACH codes and could not find in CALGreen a framework that would support their efforts in decarbonization. We believe that CALGreen is brilliant in its tier system, which has the potential to predict the future. It should be used as a way to have a series of aspirational goals that you can actually look forward in the tiers and see where we're headed, and it has not served us in that way. And we believe that the biggest missing link in allowing CALGreen to serve that incredible potential is the leadership of CALGreen. Right now, it's parceled out to various state agencies. There is no one entity or committee that's responsible for CALGreen. There are no CALGreen hearings like the one that CARB is conducting today that are really outreach and looking at what is the latest thinking, what are the emerging topics, what needs to be considered. And we believe that CALGreen is due for a reboot so it can once again take on the mantle of leadership. And AIA California is launching conversations with various stakeholder entities, including state agencies and other key stakeholders, and we hope to have the support of CARB in looking at how is CALGreen managed, how is co-development handled, and how can CALGreen better serve the needs of California. One other key topic that we're working on that we would welcome the support of CARB as well as other stakeholder agencies is looking at the existing building code. We have a California existing building code that is relatively irrelevant in addressing the majority of existing building work. We have a historic code that's quite effective, but when it comes to the needs for existing buildings and their decarbonization, which as you know is critically important, our code in California does not address the 3 compliance paths that are in the international existing building code. We have launched this topic in the last code cycle. It is going to reboot and be carried over to the coming code cycle. We welcome the support of CARB and other stakeholder agencies in looking at how we need a code in California that supports the work of architects in retrofitting, repurposing, and bringing existing buildings into this 4-pillared framework that we need for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate those comments. Okay, we're now at the point where we were planning on taking a break, but we do have 3 more speakers. So if you would like to take a break, please feel free to do so. But we'd like to hear from Susan Sazadet, Tom Phillips, and Helen Walter as well. So I'm going to start with Susan. Let me go ahead and unmute you. You're now unmuted. If you'd like to make your comment, please.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, it's actually Sasan. But
I'm sorry, I need my glasses.
no problem. Yeah, Sasan with Earth Justice. Thanks to all the presenters and to CARB. So I just want to quickly say a couple things. I'm pleased to see CARB putting the 0 NOx standards on appliances for the 2022 state implementation plan. That's great. And obviously we're excited to see that the CEC has been taking a lot of action on the building code updates, and we're hopeful that the 2026 standard will be a 0 emission standard for all new buildings. That the CPUC is planning to address the line extension subsidy, which has been functioning to basically act as a fossil fuel subsidy for new gas lines. So finally correcting that is important, but all of these measures really are just on new buildings. And so we know, and we heard from Martha and others, that the importance of building an equitable foundation for retrofitting 1% to 2% of the building stock per year and gaining that momentum, that has to happen in these next 2 years. And doing that, whether we're going to be getting landlords to require electrification upgrades at the time of sale, whether we're going to be targeting electrification to specific branches of the gas system, how we're going to be layering programs so that electrification is not just about technology transition, but also getting at the other needs of buildings, especially low-income buildings that often need mold treatment, lead and asbestos treatment, and other basic retrofits. How are we layering these programs like Marin Clean Energy's LIFT program has been doing? All of these things are going to require so much discussion, and it's really important that CARB moves the buildings, especially the existing buildings retrofit program and decarbonization program, into the body of the scoping plan, that it's not just relegated to the appendix, because we can see how big of a challenge it's going to be. I had some other comments, but I'll wrap up because I know we're already over time. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much for those comments. Next, I'd like to call on Tom Phillips. Hi, Tom. Tom, you should be unmuted now, if you'd like to unmute yourself. Oh, let me try that again. Okay, Tom, you're unmuted now.
Great. Oh, thank you so much for addressing buildings and concurrently the importance of environmental health issues, which have seemed to be a big gap in the scoping plan. And from previous workshops, I think we're all concerned that we don't know yet how that analysis is going to be done. From what it looks like, it's not going to include non-energy benefits, which some people have mentioned today. And I did want to say I strongly support some of the other commenters about the need to address embodied carbon and energy efficiency, and some of the major data gaps. I'll just try to briefly address that and then follow up with comments. I think in terms of non-energy benefits, the indoor NO2 has been mentioned, but I think we also need to look at things like heat stress, student worker performance, passive survivability, waste heat in especially the urban environment, and then liability. Some of these things are very significant in different populations and building sectors. And when those are factored in, the return on investment from the societal perspective is very high. And that would help the California agencies meet their mandate to protect health, equity, and address climate change. In terms of addressing climate change, that seems to be another big gap in this whole strategy in terms of where we have basically a moving baseline of a rapidly warming climate and more extreme weather. And we know that these buildings will last, up to 100 years, but we're looking only at, say, 30-year life cycles for the for the building standards. So other jurisdictions are starting to look at 60 or 100 years and trying to avoid the problem of where we lock in an inefficient building shell and more embodied carbon and so on. And we need to plan for phase-in of more efficient appliances over the next century. And that's being done. And some of the key pieces to that puzzle include having good local climate projections, which California is apparently planning to start doing later this year, but it's already been done for years in the UK, and Canada is now doing it. And they're also developing, they also have methods to assess the potential for buildings to overheat during typical weather as well as extreme weather and power outages. And so that's an important issue that California needs to factor in terms of not only the building performance and the carbon emissions, but also the grid stress that will be happening more and more as we go through this century. And so we need both short-term strategies and long-term strategies to address these health and grid issues. And I just mentioned briefly that the Collaborative for High Performance Schools, or CHIPS, has some criteria and ratings for climate adaptation and resilience for schools, and it's being done in over a dozen states. It's being adopted, and so there's one model we can start to look at. And then just briefly, I guess I would say I would recommend putting energy efficiency at the top. That's what most developed nations are doing now, and we should. And California is not a leader in this area anymore, as many people have mentioned. And I know Rocky Mountain Institute and others have looked at this. The EU plan and Canada's plan and so on have really stressed energy efficiency, especially for passive measures and passive cooling. And it's very important especially for low-income households, so we can reduce the risk of power outages and dependence on gas peaker power plants, and avoid some of these lock-in issues, hopefully. Just one quick example, the Report Canada recently looked at these overheating risks, and they extrapolated some EPA risk estimates to Canada, and they came up with assuming different adaptation rates, they could see towards 100 deaths per year just from overheating in buildings, worth about $840 million a year, and then they roughly, said that by mid-century we could avoid the impacts of on the order of $1 billion a year by addressing this up front. And Canada is doing a really good job of this, actually factoring in overheating risk reduction as well as carbon emissions and cost and so on. So there's a lot of good examples out there that California needs to look at and build on. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, with that, I would like to move to Helen. Helen, you should now be unmuted if you'd like to unmute yourself and make your comment.
Dina, I really appreciate that. And I'll try to be quick in my remarks because I know that we're over time. Sorry about that. I just wanted to comment a little bit around there may be a need to look at a bigger picture from an embodied carbon perspective. You know, I've just kind of been looking at this myself a little bit and wondering if there are ways that we need to think about this so that we don't sub-optimize. You know, if we look at this building by building rather than at the big picture level, you know, we could select a wonderful outcome for a specific building, but a terrible outcome for society in particular if we're shipping products around or just moving through the logistics supply chain. So I think that probably deserves a deeper analysis and conversation looking at a higher level. And separately, I just wanted to mention on the refrigerant side of thing, I've had some good news from Europe that within the context of their phase down, that they've seen leak rates drop precipitously, even in smaller equipment sizes. So I think that's some really great news. And as we see the AMAC, the American Innovation and Manufacturing Act, implemented nationally, that hopefully we'll see that good news in California and in all states. So I just wanted to mention that. So just want to be brief, but just mention those two things, that I think there's some work to do on embodied carbon, and I think there's some good news perhaps out there for refrigerants.
Great, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Okay, so I see we are about 10 minutes over, but we would like to take a short break and reconvene at 10:55. So everybody has a minute to get up and stretch and come on back in about 5 minutes. Destiny, can you move to the next slide, please? Thank you. So we will resume at 10:55. Thanks.
Stephanie, can you update that time to say 10:55, please?
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome back from break to the Building Decarbonization workshop. My name is Sam Lerman. I'm the technical lead on building-related analyses and market readiness at CARB. I will be moderating panel 2, which will dive into consumer costs and market trends of building decarbonization. I'm joined today by a number of esteemed colleagues who have invaluable insights to share on this topic. Josh Green currently serves as Vice President of Government and Industry Affairs for A.O. Smith, a water heater manufacturer. Josh advocates on behalf of the company in front of federal, state, and local policymakers and regulators. Nick Janish is an environmental and behavioral economist at the California Energy Commission. Nick works on long-term demand scenarios to investigate options and costs to achieve California's energy policy goals and GHG emission reduction targets. Pierre Delforge is a senior scientist at the Natural Resources Defense Council, where he leads building decarbonization efforts with a focus on electrification, energy efficiency, and grid flexibility. And finally, Martha Dina Arguello is the Executive Director for Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. She has dedicated her career to the environmental justice movement. Before starting the panel discussion, I want to remind everyone listening that we do have public comments to follow. Next slide, please. We've put together a few key topics and questions for this panel as displayed on the screen. For this panel, we are going to address consumer costs and market trends as they relate to building decarbonization in 4 key topic areas. In terms of affordability, how does building electrification impact consumer costs? While heat pump technologies are far more efficient than their natural gas counterparts, those efficiency savings currently come at a cost premium and may be particularly burdensome for residents of priority populations. What can the state do to support disadvantaged communities in transitioning to electric technologies? And how are the costs of heat pump technologies expected to change in the future? Next, for market readiness, what are the low-hanging fruits in terms of sectors, building types, or end uses that are primed for electrification? Where should resources be devoted for getting the market ready for electrification in the near term? Related to this, we want to discuss barriers to electrifying existing buildings. New construction may be considered easier to electrify. However, new construction represents less than 2% of total commercial and residential building stock in any given year. Existing buildings can be significantly more difficult to electrify given space and wiring constraints. And so we will want to dive more into these barriers and how we can help overcome these. And finally, central to all these topics, what areas of the market are lagging and most in need of policymaker support? How can policymakers best support development of affordable technologies, workforce training, and consumer awareness? And so before we dive into these questions, Martha Dina, I know you had maybe a short presentation, which we could pull up on the slide if you like, or on the screen if you'd like. But Martha, yeah, I'd like to turn the floor over to you to make some comments. Martha, we can't hear you if you're trying to make a comment. Okay, well, let's.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
No, if it's a panel, I'm okay with going ahead with the panel. And I won't use my slides unless I absolutely need to, so I'm fine.
Okay. Okay, well then let's start with the first question on affordability. So,
Sam, can you ask all of your panelists to turn their cameras on, please?
Yes, please, Pierre, Josh, Nick, and Martha, if you could turn in your cameras. All right, thank you. So let's start with the first question on affordability. So Pierre, I know you had some insights on this, particularly how electrification impacts priority populations and maybe some insights on how heat pump costs may change in the future. So Pierre, can you share your thoughts with us?
Thank you, Sam. And first, I'd like to thank Chair Randolph and board members and staff for focusing this scoping plan workshop on building decarbonization. The first panel made a compelling case for building decarbonization being a key part of the scoping plan, and I second public comments that call for this issue to be front and center in the body of the scoping plan rather than an appendix. So moving on to the affordability question. So building electrification and decarbonization can be both a risk and an opportunity for affordability. It's a risk, and I think it's important to recognize the risks because housing, we have a housing affordability crisis today, and whenever we touch buildings, we have a risk that we can aggravate this affordability crisis if we don't do it well. The costs are often higher than gas replacement, not always, but in many cases. So equipment costs can be passed down to tenants in the form of higher rents. They can lead to displacement, loss of affordable housing, and operating costs can be higher as well. Again, not necessarily, but with minimum efficiency equipment and poor installation practices, which unfortunately are common in the state, it can lead to higher costs for people. And last is the risk of people getting stranded on the gas system that is becoming obsolete and higher cost. So these risks are real and need to be faced and addressed. But I think it's also important to recognize that building decarbonization can be an opportunity for improving affordability of housing if done right. If it's done with efficiency of the building envelope and the equipment that's being installed, if it's done with demand flexibility that allows us to take advantage of time varying rates to reduce cost. And if we do that as a package, and that's why I think we can't separate electrification from efficiency and demand flexibility, because they have to go together if we want to make them affordable. And if we do that, we can reduce cost. And then if you add solar to the mix, then you can reduce cost dramatically by maybe 50% or more. So we really need to look at this opportunity to make building electrification an affordability solution and not an affordability risk.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Pierre. Martha, Nick, or Josh, anything else you guys would like to add in terms of the affordability question? Martha, I see you're speaking, but you're muted.
I don't know who keeps muting me. I'm going to start thinking it's a conspiracy. Just kidding. So I think the first priority has to be keeping the power on and keeping people housed. And we've also, many of our groups have been working on this as there's been just this tremendous push to promote decarbonization policies. And from a justice perspective and a health perspective and a labor perspective, we're really concerned that rush meant we weren't going to think things through, right? And so we've been talking at our organization about a model that puts health and justice at the center of an effort to detoxify, decarbonize, and democratize our energy systems. And that would address, the entire life cycle approach to the impacts and this issue of embedded carbon. Because if we don't address that, particularly in buildings, we continue to sort of play at the margins. And so affordability is important. And the way you do that is you ground how you're going to design that policy with the folks who would be most impacted, which is tenants and groups working with ultra low income housing. And I'll stop because
I'll just add, AB 3334 had a chapter dedicated to equity concerns, and just to highlight a few, to tackle or reducing the energy burden, looking at split incentives, and looking at rural and tribal areas and the accessibility issues there, as well as just the general housing affordability crisis.
And Sam, can I just jump in and just make one more comment, which I think is important when we talk about affordability? It's the issue of rates. If we want to make electrification and the use of clean energy affordable, we have to make sure that the rates make it cost effective to electrify. The challenge that we have is currently we are using electric rates to pay for a lot of externalities and to pay in particular for the damages of the fossil fuel industry and the impacts of fossil fuel, particularly through wildfires. And it's ironic because by doing this, we're making rates much more expensive and affordable, and we are locking people out of electrification and keeping them using fossil fuels when we should be the opposite. So we really need to think carefully about what goes into the electric rate base, who should pay for wildfire costs and other costs, and make sure that the clean energy is the affordable energy to move forward.
Well, great. Well, thank you. Any other comments on affordability before we move on to the next question? All right, let's move on to market readiness. In particular, what building types and end uses are ready to be electrified at scale in the near term based on cost effectiveness and market readiness? Nick, I think you had some thoughts on this. Would you mind sharing those with us, please?
Yes, as was discussed in the earlier panel by Michael Sokol, and as discussed throughout this this workshop, is the administration published AB 3032 of the California Decarbonization Assessment Report. And just to recap, that was an assessment to look at the potential to reduce GHGs from residential and commercial buildings by 40% from 1990 levels by 2030. And so with my comments, it's going to be based on that assessment. And so we looked at different strategies, and we looked at 4 particular electrification scenarios. One called minimal, getting right at the what's needed to get to at least the 2030 target, and then others that look at a more aggressive approach. And with those scenarios, their costs range from $3 to $40 billion, and which translates to $39 to $142 per metric ton of carbon to reduce. And with that analysis, we can actually tease out what's actually happening at the end use level and what is kind of ready to be electrified first, at least a bang per buck, where should your dollars go? It should be water heating and space heating and cooling, and particularly for the residential sector. So we, when it comes to cost effectiveness, we were looking at abatement costs, so the dollar per ton, you want to aim towards the low-hanging fruit, and it was really the residential sector that achieved that. And in terms of market readiness and looking at the need to electrify, it's what's we called for when it comes to looking at all these strategies is that what's needed is this technological transformation, particularly in the existing building stock.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Nick. Josh, I know this was a topic you'd like to address too on the market readiness. Do you want to share your thoughts with us?
Sure, and Sam, thank you, and I also wanted to extend on behalf of our company our great thanks for having us participate in this workshop, and we continue to look forward to the dialogue and discussion with our friends at CARB and also friends on the panel amongst many other stakeholder groups. So on this, A.O. Smith, we're a global water technology manufacturer, and we're going into almost 147 years of business. We've been doing water heating a long time. And when it comes to heat pump water heaters and what we're seeing, certainly in California, but also across the nation, certainly the residential sector is the place in which adoption is most ripe. Now, there are some issues that we'll probably get into as a panel later on with that adoption in terms of on-site new construction versus the existing building stock, but certainly where the industry is, moreover, and a variety of products that can more readily go into residential applications, that's where we are at the moment. And certainly we would concur with others that certainly take the view that the residential sector is most ripe for adoption. There have to be some circumstances precedent for that, but that's where our assessment is at the moment.
Okay, great. Thank you, Josh. Pierre, I know this is another question for you as well. So what do you see in terms of market readiness and what's electrified or what's ready to be electrified in the near term?
Yeah, I think it's important to recognize that currently, heat pump equipment and installation costs can be challenging in the short term. But like rooftop solar over the past 2 decades and EVs and batteries currently, with the right policies, we can accelerate deployment and costs can come down drastically and rapidly, somewhere on the order of 50 to 80% within a decade, if we do it right and if we invest in the right places. And this is critical because, while investment is important, we know that at the current cost, we just cannot spend our way to retrofitting the entire building stock. We have to bring the cost down to make it possible. And to be able to meet the pace and scale of the decarbonization that we need to meet our climate goals. So where do we start? I think I would recommend a two-pronged approach. First, we start with people who need it the most, low-income communities who can't afford to decarbonize and are the most energy and rent burdened, and who would run the risk of being left behind if we don't start with them. We also, at the same time, it's not either or, I think we need to do both. We need to look at what are the buildings and appliances that have the greatest impact on cost reductions, because that's where we're going to be able to bring these technologies down the cost curve. And I think I see three major opportunities to do that. The first, and we've mentioned it already on the panel and before, is new construction. It's a small share of the market, but every new building needs new equipment, whereas the existing buildings only replace their equipment every 10 to 15 years. So it's actually, new construction commands a pretty significant part of the appliance market, somewhere between 10 to 15%. So if we focus on, not focus, but we actually make building new construction a priority, we can have a significant impact on cost reductions in equipment. The second is on electric resistance and propane equipment, where the economic case is really strong because these the energy sources are very expensive. So we have a strong economic case, and together they're about 10% of the California market. So it's significant enough to move the market and start getting this equipment down the cost curve. And the third prong, or the third opportunity, is air conditioning installations and change outs. We know that there's a lot of adoption of air conditioning in buildings that don't have it today because of climate change, and a lot of buildings that do have it need to replace their equipment every 10 to 15 to 20 years. Together, that's more than 500,000 pieces of equipment that are replaced every year, replaced or installed every year. If instead of installing a one-way air conditioner, you just spend a couple $100 more and make it a two-way air conditioner that can heat as well, which is basically what a heat pump is, then you get a heating system, a decarbonized heating system for a few $100s. So this is something that is a major opportunity to scale, and we need to look at investment and standards policies that can help transition the market, the air conditioning market, to heat pumps. And I think if we focus on these three opportunities, we can make rapid progress on cost reductions.
Great, thank you for your comments, Pierre. Martha, did you have anything to add on market readiness?
Yes. So, a big part of market readiness is consumer awareness and knowledge, and different segments of consumers in the market based on class and ethnicity are at different spaces. So again, the number one priority is to keep people in their housed, right? And so if we're going to target, I would say go first for the larger buildings, but with really strict tenant protections. I would recommend folks read the ordinance that we were just managed to introduce last Wednesday on building decarbonization and the process for developing it, so that you make sure that you have all those elements of the market at the table, because usually our voices aren't at that table where there's a market, where the markets are being discussed, and we tend to have this assumption that markets are magic and that they're going to get us the results that they do, and we have a history of evidence that it does not work out for low-income people. So making sure that as we assess market readiness, we assess those things. Second, that as we assess market readiness, we are not going so fast that we're actually going to create consumer resistance for the transition, and that we're looking at all of those different elements in terms of cost, including if you have to change out your pots and pans because you now have an induction stove. So creating the kind of market awareness and community awareness is a key part of the program. And so we love the HUD Healthy Homes model that was created in Los Angeles and other places to deal with lead. Eventually, we were able to deal with lead, mold, and pests, and all of these asthma triggers. So those kind of models that did the community outreach and education that will help build consumer readiness, particularly in ultra low income communities. But again, I would start with larger buildings. I would start with municipal buildings. I would start with the places that you can get it right, and there's less risk of hurting low-income people. And then get that right, engage with us so we can figure out how to get it into low-income rental units.
Sam, if I may, I just wanted to echo certainly with Martha's comments here. just with one macro statistic that will also, I think, provide a segue into a couple of the other issues that we're going to address on the panel. And that is this notion of customer awareness, education, affordability, amongst other things. Just to level set, right? In 2020, there were 100,000 heat pump water heaters, mostly residential. I would say that was greater than 98% of residential applications that were shipped in the United States. That's across the entire United States. In the state of California, we're looking at an install base of multiple millions, and in this case, multiple millions of gas-fired pieces of equipment. So as we begin to scale and do the market transformation efforts, taking into consideration all of the issues that not only Martha has raised, Pierre and others in our first panel, scaling up is going to take a tremendous amount of investment. That's not only capital on the side of manufacturers, but it's also on the human capital side to address many of the issues that Martha had just alluded to. So I think that just to level set kind of expectations and moving forward as we continue the dialogue and discussion is important.
Okay, great, thank you. Any last comments on the market readiness question, or should we move on to existing buildings? All right, yeah, why don't we move on to the existing buildings question. So we've touched on a bit on new construction being easier to electrify, and there are some unique challenges with the existing building stock, although existing buildings stock can be quite a bit larger than new construction. So we'd like to learn more about what you all see as the main barriers to retrofitting existing homes with electric appliances and how we can help overcome those. Nick, would you like to kick this one off?
Sure, and I'm going to take, I guess, reference to the AB 3232 report. So the report looked at challenges and barriers, and we already mentioned the ones when it comes to equity, but the three I'll call out is the age of the building stock. So costs are going to vary greatly, and depending on the building characteristics, the benefit of electrification could vary, where it could be financially beneficial to some households and maybe more costly to other households. And given the building stock and the age of the building, the need for a panel upgrade is going to vary as well. And so that's going to also be considerable cost as well. Another is the scheduling of retrofits. So when it comes to building electrification, it's not a passive attitude towards climate change and wanting to do good for the climate. Households need to be proactive and need to switch from using a natural gas appliance to an electric appliance. And so with that, there needs to be more attention for the households. And so when it comes to a replacement burnout, an unplanned emergency, the household needs to be ready for switching from natural gas to electric. And the other one I'll call out is, and it's really the weakest link when it comes to things, where it's not doesn't have the largest GHG impact, but cooking preferences and the need to replace gas stovetops to electric, and how when you want to really electrify, you want the household to be all electric so that you can decommission a neighborhood natural gas distribution network. And with this challenge, people are very, they have very strict preferences with using gas appliances, that this could actually be a huge opportunity, since I think, looking around, we talked about indoor air pollution. I don't know if that knowledge is very salient to the greater population, and that once that becomes more salient and knowing that using gas appliances is a burden, I think that will put the foot in the door and really motivate households to engage and want to electrify.
Hey, thank you, Nick. Josh, did you have more thoughts on this as well?
Sure, and certainly probably going to have some echoing a bit, perhaps on this part of the panel. I know certainly Pierre and I had many conversations about the existing building stock. So as Nick mentioned, there are just some fundamental things, certainly as an equipment manufacturer, that we're looking at when we do voice of the customer on heat pump water heaters amongst any other water heating application. Is the intended application the right fit for the water heater, and are the controls our panels, our electrical service, are there space constraints? Can the actual piece of equipment designed for its intended utility, the delivery of hot water, can it be utilized in that particular structure? And all of those things are going to vary, again, based on Nick's attributes with the existing building stock, both residential, and then of course there are a lot of other complexities that go into commercial. So if you take cost off the table for a moment, and that's I know, let's caveat that, that's a big caveat. Is there technology, is technology ripe enough to go into existing building stock? Certainly to some degree. Space consideration and the age of the home, certainly for heat pump water heaters, is going to be key. We talked a little bit about customer adoption and market awareness. That's another prong of this. Certainly workforce amongst other things. So this is really going to boil down, certainly for equipment manufacturers, of having business certainty. That's what we really are looking for over the longer term, but well, also short term, but certainly over the longer term, a consistent set of policies and regulations so that the capital investments that we need to make in helping with market transformation will be there. So I'll conclude just one thought on this, certainly that we have at A.O. Smith, and we've published a white paper on building electrification, which can be found at our corporate website. But you know, pragmatic stepwise approaches here, especially for the existing stock, make the most sense. And that is, well, even if a consumer wanted to make that switch, are they able to make that switch? Is there enough? Is the panel the right size? Do they have enough amperage? Do they have the service that's going to come to the house? All of those things could be done up front. Very similar, I guess the analogy would be an energy audit. Maybe we need to think about ways of covering that type of audit for the existing housing stock, and from there have a data set that would suggest here are the viable opportunities now that we can take advantage of. I don't mean that from a Q&A standpoint, but just take advantage of in terms of market transformation. And then for the more complicated or more challenging installations based on building stock, we can then move to those. So that to us is probably one of the big key issues that we need to address in terms of existing buildings.
Thank you, Josh. Pierre or Martha, would you like to chime in on barriers to existing buildings? Martha, I think you're muted again somehow.
They should not increase the energy burden, but reduce it. It should, you know, again, I'm going to go back to this healthy homes model, right? That we have to ensure there's tenant protections that are going in first. So we have to, you know, really coordinate working with local governments, working with local code enforcement. Los Angeles has a systematic code enforcement program that could serve as a model for these efficiencies. And we've done a lot of work with them around lead poisoning prevention and their role. So there's a lot there, but it really will require careful design because we don't know how to design around justice and poor people. We do a terrible job of public policy that's centered around poor people and people of color, and making sure that we don't shift more burden. So, you know, for for new buildings, you know, larger buildings could take a different, you know, larger developers can handle a different burden than middle-class folks who are doing additions or building their own home, right? So I think there's no one-size-fits-all. There really isn't low-lying fruit when it comes to this. It will require deep democracy and engagement with as many stakeholders as possible to get this right.
Thank you, Martha. Pierre, did you have anything to add on existing buildings before we move on?
I'm going to keep it short and save my speaking time for the next questions. But I think, you know, cost reduction is the key here. Getting costs down so that it's affordable to scale and to be accessible by all. So that would be my answer.
Okay, thank you, Pierre. So we'll move to the last question. And so this runs sort of a central theme to the other questions on the screen, but how can the state and other decision makers best support market readiness, including affordable technologies, workforce and contractor training, and consumer education? Josh, would you like to take that one?
Sure, I'll start, and I'll pick up with one of our thematics that I just mentioned earlier, and that's business certainty. And one of the things that we're doing in our dialogues with many stakeholders across the state of California, at all of the alphabet soup of agencies, amongst others, and at the local level, is trying to get alignment on stepwise approaches moving forward. One of the things as an equipment manufacturer that we struggle with a bit are we're in this kind of we're in this structure of very bespoke, different regulations. We're dealing with local ordinances. Not here to make a statement on the pros and cons of either. It's just that's the state of affairs. Looking at something from a statewide perspective, even some of the programs that we had heard about in our first panel, great work that Rory and others are doing. Even those incentive-based programs have differences. So I think for true market transformation moving forward, whether it be California, but also as a global manufacturer, we're looking at this with through a very wide lens, is really a consistent, harmonized set of regulations that we can all align on, and programs that we can, again, work on to move forward. That's from our perspective, it's what's really key in this regard. We're going to continue to develop products. We're going to continue to manufacture them and make them and innovate. So rest assured that technology and advances in technology are coming. But those investments that we make, the engineering, the product road mapping, the planning, a lot of that is based upon what is the regulatory landscape, the legal requirements that we have to operate under moving forward. So to the extent that we can get alignment, especially on the costs and affordability issues, I think that'll go a lion step forward in truly transforming the market.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Pierre, Nick, or Martha, would you like to chime in on this question?
I can jump in. I think it's important to realize where the costs can come down, so we know how we can affect this from a policy perspective. So I think the four major categories of cost are equipment costs, and those obviously will come down with sales. And one example, I bought a heat pump clothes dryer 5 years ago. I paid nearly $1,500 for it, very expensive. Today it costs about $1,200. The exact same model in Europe costs $600, right? So there's a huge amount of opportunity for cost reductions, but that will come with volume. It's not going to happen with a few dozen units or thousands of units. It comes with tens and hundreds of thousands of units. So we need to get that volume up. Installation costs, Josh talked about the human capital. I completely agree. Today we have a niche market, very few contractors who can do these installations, who want to do these installations. We need to build that workforce to have contractors who are trained and skilled, and we have a vibrant, competitive market for installations. Installation is a huge part of the cost. It's not just about equipment. So we need to get that down. And also we need to provide manufacturers, and a second Josh's call on the long-term certainty for investment. There's a lot of cost reduction potential from innovation, from new types of product, like 120 volt plug-in heat pump water heaters, like new form factors that better meet certain homes' needs, like better performance to reduce costs, like load shifting, and there's many other innovation potential. Those are only going to come if we provide a long line of sight for investment and sales volume to be able to fund that investment from the manufacturing industry. And last, financing. If we do electrify right with cost savings, then we have a cash flow that allows financing upfront cost. So it's really important to be able to do it in a way that reduces costs very significantly, just like the solar rooftop industry was built on financing, on the leasing model. we need to build an industry by providing a cash flow, by having efficient electrification that reduces cost so that we can finance upfront cost. So to get to all this, we need to provide funding, long-term funding. The current programs, Build and Tech and SGIP, are great. We strongly support them, but they have very small amount of funding. In the grand scheme of things, they're going to run out within a year or two, and we can't transform a market like this. We can't afford to run out of money in 2 years, and we need to provide 5-10-year funding for manufacturers to invest in this market.
Well, I would say, I'm a little all over the place. One, I think we need to, as we think about the policy, think about what this takes upstream. When we worked on lead poisoning, we got rid of lead in gasoline and in homes. And in homes, we assumed that people own their homes and could make those decisions about how you repainted. So we actually drove lead poisoning into public housing and low-income housing where tenants had no control. And then as those apartments flipped and people painted them, we continued to drive that lead poisoning without shifting how we did remove that lead paint. And it took us years to figure out if we changed how contractors were trained, that could make the difference in stopping poisoning. So I would say, go upstream. Who's going to implement the program, and what are tools that you're setting up while we figure out the mechanics of doing this justly, so that we're not, putting upfront cost, that there's a one-stop shop place, that, there's a place where contractors could figure out how to, access these services for their customers, right? There's a whole bunch of things we need, but we also need the tenant protections. We need to make sure that we're not driving more corporate ownership of housing. And I would suggest folks look at the report that Strategic Action for a Just Economy just released on decarbonization in Los Angeles. And it has great recommendations. And it really does center how we, the things that we need to consider as we scale up these efforts and the things that need to be in place for those protections.
Okay, great. Thank you, Martha. I think that takes us through all of the questions here on panel 2. Thank you all for chiming in and providing your thoughts on these. Can we go to the next slide, please? So now we'll have an opportunity for the public to ask questions and provide comments on this panel 2 discussion. So please remember to use the raise your hand feature if you'd like to provide comments. Before we go to the general public, Trish, are there any members of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee that would like to speak now? Trish, you're muted if you're trying to speak.
Sure, just had a moment there. Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. I'm Trish. I currently do not see hands raised from AB 32 Environmental Justice Advisory Committee members. Trying to give it another minute before we proceed to public comment. It doesn't look like we have anyone in addition to Martha Dina, so please go ahead.
Okay. Martha, I guess I'd give you another opportunity if you had any other comments before we go to a general public discussion.
I think in general, the EJAC is very interested in making sure that we have strong comments on building decarb. The listening sessions that will be happening in January are going to provide key information, and we want to continue to work with CARB to make sure that those are fully embedded in the EJAC, but also in the scoping plan. And while I really worry about this, I'm also really excited about the opportunity about doing policy in a different way, because we've already had the experience with other scoping plans around solar and other things, and that if you don't center on justice, the deployment actually ends up making things worse in our communities. And it should not be that we're like afraid that climate policy is going to come to our neighborhood because we're going to lose our homes, right? Or our rent is going to increase. Or, you know, if you're middle class and you had a dream of building a granny flat, well, now you may not be able to do it, right? So, and that if we do this right, we actually can create jobs and stop this dichotomy of the environment versus jobs, right? So it is important for all of these stakeholders to stand behind the environmental justice community as we develop the policy, both the, you know, the folks like Josh who are doing the technology, but the advocacy community. That's really important as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Martha. I think with that, we'll now move on to public comments. So we currently have 4 hands raised in the queue. I'll start with Josie Gaylord, and then I'll move on to Ken Strong and Jelly Gavrick. So Josie, I have unmuted your microphone. Please state your name and affiliation and provide your comment. Josie, you're unmuted if you'd like to make a comment. Okay, let's move on to the next person in the queue. I will call on Ken Strong next. Ken, I have unmuted you. You can unmute yourself. Please state your name and affiliation and provide your comment.
Thank you. I'm Ken Strong. I'm a member of the Climate Reality Project and the Marin Conservation League, although I'm speaking as an individual. I'd like to focus, as we have on this panel has, on the existing housing stock and 2 issues in particular, the need for much more contractor training and the need for units to be available readily when consumers need to make choices, because the vast majority of water heaters right now are replaced on burnout. And if we don't have units readily available at the supply facilities, people are not going to be able to choose to replace with a heat pump at the time. And I know that there's a problem with delivery in some cases. And also concerning contractor training, I mean, I went through the first 3 HVAC contractors I talked to didn't know how to install heat pump water heaters until I finally found a contractor actually on A.O. Smith's website, one of their maintenance contractors, who did a great job. But having contractors who are comfortable installing these things so that when a customer's water heater burns out, the first person they call at least is willing to consider, or let alone recommend, hopefully, a heat pump water heater. I think it's just, we need to make a lot more progress in this area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ken. So we have 3 more currently in the queue. I'll call on Jelly Gavrick, followed by Tom Phillips and Kristen Heinemeyer. So first, Jelly Gavrick, I have unmuted you. Please state your name and affiliation and make your comment.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jelly Gavrick, and I'm with the California Association of Realtors. We appreciate the ability to provide our perspective at this hearing today. We've been present in the decarbonization conversation since the beginning, and we continue to have major concerns with this objective. We would like to start by acknowledging the ongoing dialogue regarding the high cost of electricity in California, the lack of grid reliability, and the need to preserve energy diversity, especially in rural communities where propane is critical for both heating and refrigeration. We would also like to acknowledge concerns raised about the cost of certain electrification technologies and appliances. We understand that whole home retrofits are expected to average $25,000 per home. This is an outrageous amount to expect from an average homeowner. The cost of electrification is simply too high and too much of a financial burden to be put on current or future homeowners in a state where the median price of a home is over $800,000. Also, in response to Mr. Delforge's presentation on affordability, it is important to understand that pass-through costs are not allowed in rent-controlled jurisdictions, meaning that landlords cannot pass along the costs of upgrades and retrofits. one of the many frustrations and conundrums of rent control. There is also the misguided notion that an electrification of an existing home should happen via a retrofit upon resale program. This approach is entirely unrealistic. As you know, major appliance replacements often require additional work, such as an electrical panel upgrade, or as Mr. Strong just mentioned, finding a qualified installer. And so finding, bidding, and scheduling that professional contractor is challenging. There's also the installation time and then the need for a government inspection. The time to complete any upgrades or repairs negotiated in real estate transactions is already narrowly constrained by the window of time offered by the buyer's financing company, which is often a 30-day window, as most of you know. Adding any new requirements to a transaction will put lower and middle-class Californians at a disadvantage, as those who are paying cash or have a substantial down payment will have more financing flexibility over those using conventional financing, FHA, or VA loans. In addition, the recent and ongoing labor and materials shortages and supply chain issues have put in sharp relief the additional factors that can and will add to the delays and increased costs associated with any time of sale retrofit mandates. So to conclude, electrification will drive up the cost of housing in an already alarmingly unaffordable state, and any retrofit on resale mandates are guaranteed to severely disrupt the ability for average Californians to successfully buy a home. We hope that you take these points into consideration. We have also submitted written comments for your reference that dig a little bit deeper into these subjects. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. I guess as we have comments coming in, any of the panelists on the line, if you'd like to respond to anything, please feel free to chime in. With that, though, I think we'll move on in the list. We currently have 7 more in the queue. I'll call on Tom Phillips, followed by Kristen Heinemeyer and Michael Brady. Tom, I have unmuted your microphone, so please state your name and affiliation and provide your comment.
Great. This is Tom Phillips, Healthy Building Research, and I forgot to mention earlier that I've worked on healthy, sustainable buildings with the state air and energy agencies for decades, and now consulting and advising for the Collaborative for High Performance Schools and other environmental building groups, and doing some research on how to prevent overheating in buildings. So first of all, a great discussion today, raised some good ideas, and I just wanted to enforce some of those and add a little bit. I think from all the reading and webinars going on lately about building decarbonization in the US and elsewhere, it seems like the main limiting factors are cost and finance, and then contractor training and quality control. And there's various groups working on solutions to this, and I think we can build on that to really scale up retrofits in buildings. The contractor training issue I've run into personally, just trying to help friends electrify their homes here in Northern California. And the other issue about quality control is something California hasn't done a good job of in general for buildings. And we saw the zero carbon home program in England crash and burn within a few years because they were having indoor air quality problems with poor ventilation and poor thermal comfort and so on because of poor quality control. So that leads to the related point is that we need to do good pilot programs. And I know, and to work out a lot of these bugs, I know some of that's happening already with, say, the RMI Realize project with CEC. There's some big multifamily demonstration projects for retrofits going on in Europe and in Canada, Toronto especially. And some of them are actually also addressing future overheating risks with future climate, and they're doing it cost effectively. So we need to expand the pilot and demonstration projects. And the state buildings and the university buildings should have been doing this 10 years ago. I don't know if they're doing much now at all other than basic LEED. We need to go way beyond LEED. So I think that's one way to jumpstart things, to work out the bugs and build the market. In terms of deep energy retrofit, that's being done in these pilots, and I know the UK, I mean, EU has just done a big project where they're going to basically near passive house level. And they can do it by very cost effectively. People don't have to move out, and they're reducing energy costs by 90%. So there's a very good payback in that sense. So there's a lot of examples out there we can build on. In terms of targeting where the best investments are, from the health and sustainability perspective, I would recommend focusing on the older buildings and the buildings without air conditioning and so on that tend to be most likely to overheat. Arizona State Mikhail Chester's group did an analysis of the LA building stock, and they modeled where different types of buildings would be in a fairly hot day, not super hot, and a huge number of them overheated to 90 degrees indoors within a day or two. And most of those were, of course, as you expect, the older buildings, mostly multifamily, but some single family. Schools, you know, I don't think they address, but we need to think about schools too. So that leads to another point, is we need good housing stock data, which some of you mentioned, to help target those buildings that would most benefit from energy and health benefits and improvements. And then lastly, some of the details about passive cooling measures need to be focused on and ramped up and scaled up to drive the cost down. One of them is triple pane windows. We know that those do a great job, and they'll be very important as our climate warms. Most high performance builders are using those now, but the market isn't there. We need to really drive that market. Shading is another one, external shading of windows. That's something that is great if you can do it in new construction, but we also need to figure out how to do it well in existing buildings where we avoid thermal breaks in the building shell, but we make it cost effective and factor in future climate to show how effective it really is. Well, I think that kind of wraps it up, and I look forward to working with these groups and helping them address the health impacts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. I see we have 7 more hands raised in the queue. I'll call next on Kristen Heinemeyer, followed by Michael Brady, and then Sheetal Manani. So first, Kristen Heinemeyer, I have unmuted your microphone. Please state your name and affiliation and provide your comment.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Kristen Heinemeyer. I'm with Frontier Energy Incorporated in Davis, California. I'm also on the board of directors of a local nonprofit called Cool Davis. And in our community, there is currently a lot of discussion, and I would like to see more discussion in venues like this of the appropriate role of retrofitting existing space conditioning systems to hybrid or dual fuel systems, where you replace only the outdoor unit and use natural gas as a backup. It's a much less expensive alternative. It would be a much lighter lift to get into a large number of homes and get some really big reductions, but it definitely will delay the all-electric transformation. So, you know, communities like ours are wondering, is this a good stepping stone that policymakers want to encourage, or should we just bite the bullet and go all electric?
Okay.
I can take a shot at the answering this. So I think, Kristen, this is a good comment, and that goes back to what I was suggesting in terms of one of the biggest opportunities for scale. It is replacing one-way air conditioners with two-way air conditioners and heat pump heating. People can keep the furnace if they feel this is address their sense of safety, or not safety, but making sure that the heat pump is going to work for them. But in most cases, in California's climate, they will need the backup furnace to work. A good heat pump with that is able to work in the coldest temperatures in our mild climate will be able to serve 100% of the load. So I think it's a good transition if that helps people make that step, take that step without being concerned with getting rid of their gas furnace. So we certainly encourage it. I think what we need to do is provide a glide path so that people can transition in a way that they're comfortable with. So that, I think it's a great idea. The other thing which I want to elevate is the comment from by Tom early on about quality installation. And I think this is critical. And I know that the CEC is working on this. I want to elevate that work and this connection with this topic of building electrification, because the quality installation on HVAC system is one of the main opportunities to save energy and to decarbonize, but it's a barrier to decarbonization today, to electrification, because only about 8% of HVAC replacements are permitted today, and the work is really low quality, particularly the duct sealing and sizing for forced air systems, which are prevalent in the state. So if you can get away with to do a very bad job with a gas system, which costs very little in terms of replacement, but a lot in terms of bills and energy costs, you can't do the same thing with a heat pump because it wouldn't work as well. So it creates a very big uneven playing field and a big barrier to electrification. So I think tackling the quality installation issue that is a major issue in our state will also not just save energy and carbon, but it will also create a glide path for electrification of existing homes.
Okay, thank you very much. I will move to the next commenter that I have on my list. I think it's Michael Brady. Michael, I'm unmuting your microphone. So please state your name and affiliation and make your comment.
Hi, this is Michael Brady, and I'm just a plain old observer, not really affiliated with anybody. And basically, one of the previous commenters kind of tweaked something in my mind. That's that gas water heaters have a tendency to be replaced only when they break. And when they break, they need to be replaced like right now. So if replacing that with a heat pump water heater is going to take a couple of weeks minimum to go through all the permitting and the people and everything else, that simply is not possible. So you've got to find a way to justify replacing the gas water heater before it breaks. I haven't seen much to address that. The other consideration is that a lot of the things like the induction ranges, the water heaters, and so on, you have incentives. They're relatively small, and they're only on the actual end equipment. That's the smallest part of the job. Even just the water heater replacement in my case would require a new panel and running a new circuit, and that's going to be at least $3,000 to $10,000 depending on who I have do it and when it's done. So that's a lot more than just the water heater. That needs to be considered, and that somehow or other that needs to be financed. Leaving it as just the homeowner to do it is probably not going to be very effective. Anyway, just some personal observation there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for that comment. I see 6 more hands in the queue. I'll move on to Sheetal Manani, followed by Linda Daniels and Josie Gaylord. Sheetal, I have unmuted you. Please state your name and affiliation and provide your comment.
Hi, this is actually Deborah Caden. I came on with Sheetal's login, so I'm sorry for the disguise there. Again, I'm Deborah Caden. I'm with Ramble US Consulting, and I'm on the call on behalf of Southern California Gas. And first, I wanted to say that I really appreciate the interesting presentations and discussions. Some very good material was there. But I want to specifically address this underlying theme that I've heard from several speakers about how the indoor air quality is worse with gas appliances compared to electric appliances, and specifically with ranges. This is largely based on a study by UCLA, which had some assumptions that never get mentioned. The assumptions in the study were that there was no ventilation with overhead range hoods. This is actually an issue because I think we all appreciate that overhead range hoods reduce pollution within the home from not only the energy source and the appliances, but also from the cooking process itself, which puts off quite a bit of pollution, as well as other indoor pollutants. So I think the importance here is to really think about indoor ventilation, using range hoods when cooking on ranges, and improving the overall air quality within the homes.
Thank you very much for your comment. We have 5 more in the queue right now. I'll call on Linda Daniels next, followed by Josie Gaylord and then Tanya Barham. Linda, I have unmuted you. Please state your name and affiliation and provide your comment.
Hi, my name is Linda Daniels. I'm with the San Diego Building Electrification Coalition, and I also am a member of the Sierra Club. We're working on community choice energy here and got it in Carlsbad. The reason I'm calling is to ask you all a question. And the question is this: in Northern California, there are several CCAs, community choice aggregates, and they are offering, my understanding is, no interest loans to existing buildings for upgrades. Have you heard about this, and can you tell me more about it?
I might open that up to the panel. Josh, Pierre, Nick, or Martha, any response to that?
Well, and Pierre may have some thoughts on it as well. I'll start with yes, we are certainly as an equipment manufacturer very aware of what the CCAs are doing across the state, but also in Northern California, amongst other utilities. And that's both for these deep existing building retrofits, but also specifically by appliance type. And in our situation and what we're seeing, there are a level of rebates that can almost cover the entire first cost as well as the installation of a heat pump water heater, but that assumes that you have panel upgrade, you have and service to the home. But it also begs the question, right? Are those programs being implemented as effectively, as efficiently as possible, considering that those incentives are in place, but the uptick on taking advantage of them is not 100%. So we need to kind of align those together to make sure that homeowners and certain small business owners are availing themselves of these kind of opportunities.
So they're doing this for the large buildings and the large community there in Silicon Valley. San Jose is one of them, and it's making it very easy for them to upgrade to electricity.
Yeah, no, I wholly concur.
Not to do with rebates or anything else. It's a no-cost loan. Okay.
And we have to make sure that the alignment of the uptick of taking out the financing is there, right? I mean, there's market awareness and there's probably customer awareness and building developer awareness of those programs, but why are they not being availed upon at 100% rate?
Okay. I thought they were being used pretty extensively. You guys you don't know that they are. Okay.
Okay, well, thank you for your comments. We do have a few more hands in the queue. We'll try to get through as many as we can, so we may go into the lunch hour a little bit and be shortening lunch. But as of this time, we have 4 more commenters in the queue. I see Josie Gaylord will be next, followed by Tanya Barham and Rachel Kuykendall. Josie, I have unmuted you. You can unmute yourself now, and please provide your comment.
Hello, thank you. This is Tom Cabot calling in on Josie's connection. Thanks for putting this together. One of the things I'm seeing kind of as a background assumption by many folks is that panel upgrades are always needed. And I think what we need to do in order to make this a reasonable adventure is do more careful design of the electrification and the selection of sizing of equipment. In particular, sizing the EV charger is really sensitive on the panel load calculations. So, what Josie and I have found through studies we're doing with the San Mateo County is that lots of homes on 100 amp panels, those 100 amp panels are powerful. They can deliver 24 kilowatts. They're able to fully electrify, including a car charger, but it does take a little bit of attention to detail. And each one of the trades maybe doesn't have the proper incentive. There's a split incentive problem among the trades where it's really a race for the panel. The first trade who gets to the panel can grab all the spare space for their project, like a small volume heat pump water heater with a 30 amp resistor in it that it doesn't really need. If they had put in a bigger heat pump water heater tank, they could have gotten by with a 15 amp resistor or even one of the 120 volt products coming out. It'll be only a 900 watt load. Also car charging, a 20 amp circuit to a car charger will give you 40,000 miles a year of charging. And so you don't always have to go for 50 amp circuits. So the thing I would recommend is maybe the different agencies can get together and put together a study of is this a viable way to go forward with efficient equipment selection and not upsizing everyone so we don't have to upsize the entire grid double or 3 times over. And can we do this affordably quickly in line with the Paris timing? Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. Sam's house just lost power and no internet, so I'll be taking over for the rest of the panel to call on folks. So next we have Tanya Barkham. Tanya, okay, no longer on the list. Maybe they lost power as well. Okay, Rachel is next. Rachel, I've just unmuted you. If you'd like to make your comment, please.
Great. This is Rachel Kuykendall with Pacific Gas and Electric. I do have power here. We wanted to comment specifically on sort of this question of affordability and raise a particular point that's sort of been hinted at by a couple folks, but not expressly stated. And from sort of a utility system standpoint, we do have a concern about these appliance by appliance approaches, and specifically the effects on rates that they may have. So the natural gas system obviously comes with fixed cost and maintenance to maintain safety and reliability for our customers. And these costs are passed on through gas rates to gas ratepayers. If we look at an approach that only emphasizes, say, furnace and water heater changeout or bans, what we're going to have is a scenario where gas throughput declines exponentially, but those fixed costs to maintain the system are relatively the same. In tandem, we also see that low-income customers in particular are less likely to be able to electrify. And I read a study recently saying, I think it was 40% of Americans can only afford $1,000 in emergency repairs. So what we'd like to state and advocate here is really, we would like a planned approach that will better serve our low-income customers, and focusing on things like appliance bans is less effective long-term than strategies that can reduce system costs. So strategies like zonal electrification, where we're fully decommissioning a section of the gas infrastructure or a whole neighborhood, or strategies like whole building electrification, are going to have a much better impact on long-term gas rates than some of these approaches. But lastly, I do want to state we're really excited to be here and contributing to this, and we do recognize the importance of building electrification in getting to our climate goals, just voicing some concerns about the approach that we take in getting there. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Rachel. Okay, we have 2 more people on our list. We'll go with Richard next, and then Tanya Barham. Richard, you're now unmuted. If you'd like to speak.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Richard Finley, Coil Pod LLC. I commented before on maintenance of cooling equipment. One very rich area that nobody is looking at and nobody's actually active in is commercial refrigeration condenser coil cleaning. These are commercial units in commercial buildings, in food service, healthcare, and research labs. There are close to 30 million units in the US, according to the DOE. And data suggests that each of those 30 million units is wasting 1,260 kilowatt hours a year because they're running with clogged coils. That comes out to 37.8 billion metric tons. 37.8 billion kilowatt hours down the drain each year. I have the search term coil cleaning in quotes in Google Alerts. I get content every day. I see some indication of air conditioning, coil cleaning and maintenance, but not refrigeration. In fact, I think the term HVAC should be banned. It should always be HVAC-R, because refrigeration needs to be considered along with air conditioning for maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, next on the queue is Tanya Barham, please. Tanya, I've just unmuted you. You can state your name, affiliation, and your comment, please.
Thanks. My name is Tanya Barham. I'm the CEO of Community Energy Labs. Prior to that, I've been the COO of Portland Energy Conservation, Inc. And I've also worked on the utility side in demand response programs and on the generation side. So a pretty wide history, as well as early stage startup for grid connected solar in 2002 by founding Bonneville's Solar for Our Schools program. So having seen the entire ecosystem of building connected energy technologies, starting with solar, grid-tied solar PV at the residential and commercial level, there are a couple things that I think, well, first of all, I just want to say I thought the panel was great, and many of the commenters had comments that I violently agree with. Tom Cabot's Amp-Light Diet and PG&E's comments that when we're looking at decarbonizing the electrical system, that changes things for grid operators in terms of distribution and generation capacity, particularly for the state of California, given the shape of renewables and the shape of California's heating and cooling loads. So I agree that there do need to be not this balkanized look at, you know, one appliance here and another appliance there, even though that is likely how they will be adopted. Even if there is financing for retro commissioning, they'll be adopted probably one by one. We need to understand that when they're operating, once these assets are operating, there needs to be ways to coordinate them more holistically. So one topic that I would like to bring up, in addition to the very many smart things that the panelists and the commenters brought up, is the need for communication and interoperability to not be balkanized behind the meter. In particular here, I'm talking about the fact that the way that we're going to make renewables and electrified buildings communicate with one another operationally will likely be through some sort of a grid signal or some sort of a real-time price. And if you look at, I'm going to give one very quick example and a metaphor for why interoperability and communication are important on the device level and why we should not continue to allow behind the meter assets to be balkanized in a way where a Nest cannot talk to a Samsung, cannot talk to an Apple, cannot talk to a Honeywell, cannot talk to a Trane. If we think about this in terms of the way that the internet worked, before there was the internet, every single manufacturer for personal computers or mainframes had their own protocols, and you could only network computers with one another. I'm sure that those manufacturers, many of those manufacturers, resisted opening up protocols so that their systems could talk to other people's systems in a networked space. However, you know, because it meant that they felt that they would lose market share. What we know happened, given the 20 years of history, the advent of a communication protocol called TCP, which undergirded the World Wide Web and the ability for all of our computers, regardless of type, to talk to one another, has opened up a huge market. And when we talk about scale, that's the kind of even playing field that's necessary for communication and interoperability. We do not have that with buildings currently. It is very balkanized, and it's part of what drives the lack of cost effectiveness of megawatts on the demand response side for the utilities, is that the customer acquisition cost or the amount of flexibility, that flexibility cost is incredibly difficult to get to because you have to build a specific API or translator or intelligence in order to get things to communicate at a whole building level, at a distribution grid level, at a wholesale level in a way that doesn't impact the resource adequacy and distribution capacity of the physical infrastructure, whether it's an electrical panel, whether it's a transformer, whether it's a substation. So we need to be looking at aspects of interoperability as we're putting these devices into the field, so that when they're eventually aggregated in our homes and on our grid, they're able to receive either their pricing signals or demand response signals and operate intelligently. This shouldn't be difficult. We need to start having this conversation now, because of course manufacturers will try to guard their walled garden and not want their device to talk to anyone else's. They're afraid they'll lose customers, but this is actually the opposite. Those who embrace this and those who come up with those communication and interoperability standards will in fact open up a much bigger market and drive costs down and increase the scalability of grid connected, emissions reducing appliances, homes, blocks, and communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Tanya. Okay, well, I definitely appreciate all of the great comments. What a very interesting panel discussion. Thank you to all of our panel members for joining us. And at this time, we're going to go ahead and take a lunch break, and we will reconvene at 1 on schedule. So thanks, everybody. We'll look forward to seeing you in just a little bit.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Building Decarbonization Workshop. This final panel builds upon the two earlier ones. The first panel covered benefits of building decarbonization, current efforts in this space, and important considerations. The second panel focused on market trends and costs. The goal of panel 3 is to discuss opportunities to advance building decarbonization through electrification. My name is Melanie Zauscher, and Destiny, maybe you can, yeah, thank you. My name is Melanie Zauscher, and I'm a manager at the California Air Resources Board. And I'm excited to be moderating this discussion because we have 4 excellent panelists representing diverse stakeholder groups. Abby, could you also please join us on the virtual stage? Abby Young is the manager of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District's Climate Protection Program. Abby manages the development of the Regional Climate Protection Strategy and coordinates the Air District's greenhouse gas-related work. Bob Raymer is the owner of California Code Consultants, LLC. Bob has spent his career representing home builders at the local, state, and national level on building code-related issues. Carmelita Miller is the Senior Director of Climate Equity at the Green Lining Institute, where she focuses on building a just economy. Lauren Cullum is a policy advocate with Sierra Club California, working on policies associated with energy, climate change, and air pollution. She advocates on behalf of the environment and disadvantaged communities impacted by these issues. Before starting the panel discussion, I want to remind everyone listening that we do have public comments that follow this panel. We will be discussing 3 main topics in this panel. The first topic relates to investments and incentives. However, before we go there, I'd like to start by asking Carmelita, what does equitable electrification look like and how should policymakers approach it? Carmelita?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thanks, Melanie. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I know we don't have a lot of time, but I want to do a quick introduction. For those who don't know me and my organization, again, like Melanie said, my name is Carmelita, and I direct our climate equity team at the Green Lining Institute, which is a racial equity organization located in Oakland, California. I would also like to recognize my climate equity team members whose voices I wish to represent while I'm speaking on this panel today. And for the many, many environmental justice organizations and equity organizations, grassroots organizations, community-based organizations who are not on the panels today, but we hope that in the future we'll be also invited in conversations like this because they have helped us learn about questions like this. What does an equitable building electrification look like, and how do our community members benefit from it? So back to Melanie's question. First and foremost, any approach to building equitable building electrification needs to recognize that Californians have not recovered from the economic impact of COVID, which further increased the racial wealth gap, the climate equity gap, and a lot of the racial disparities that had been part of our reality before COVID. The fundamental values of energy equity and justice have been eroded, and our community members are critical of energy policies like electrification, not because they do not understand or want the benefits of equitable building decarbonization policies, but because they have the right to ask their elected leaders, stakeholders, advocates like me, whether and when they will come out as a primary beneficiary of California's clean energy economy. Greenlighting believes that building electrification and decarbonization, but decarbonization I want to focus on specifically, has promising benefits for our residents and for the state. However, we also believe that it will require intentional policy making that involves meeting where our community members are at, our residents, and again, the organizations that are driving not only advocacy, but also relief during a time like this. We need a planned transition that, again, centers environmental justice and social justice communities to make sure that they gain access to the benefits. The benefits are, I think a lot of us know and have talked about in the previous panels today, cleaner air, healthier homes, good jobs, empowered workers, and greater access to affordable clean energy and energy efficiency that all add up. And there are many, many more metrics that all add up to making sure that energy justice that I described as the road is, that we can build that up together once again. I'm going to pause here because I know that Melanie has a second question. I want to just make this a monologue.
Well, but before we go to the second question, I also want to give the opportunity to others to chime in on this particular question. No one else wants to add to what electrification should look like and how policymakers should approach?
I think that Carmelita really covered a lot of it, but I think it really just is making sure that everybody has access to the benefits of a clean, healthy home and to all the benefits that you get from relying on transitioning your building or your home into all electric appliances. But I think Carmelita did a good job covering it.
Right. So with that as a foundation, a question also directed to Carmelita first is how can current incentive programs better support equitable building electrification, and what other types of incentives or investments are needed?
Okay, so this one, I do hope that my co-panelists provide some input or have a conversation around this question because it's a really important one. Many of us recognize that current incentive programs are not designed to reach our communities, which means that incentives might support building electrification generally, and many stakeholders that advocate for it, but not necessarily support impacted residents, environmental justice, environmental and social justice residents. I would say that one approach in checking in with community leaders and community members, again, a very local approach, is to take a look at how we look at a building. We say buildings or building efficiency, building performance, building decarbonization. And I hope that we all recognize that the very nature of a building makes it so static that it has to be locally approached. So first, to approach the community members and talk about this as a local issue, and then taking a look at not the building itself, and when we talk about the policies, but how we consider things like building performance, whether the metrics that we are talking about are really about the individuals who live in the building. So when we say equitable building electrification, the equitable part assumes that we're talking about the people, those who have the most gain from the policy. So going back to the example of a building performance policy, considering asking this question, Melanie, but turning it into a question about, do we want to make any changes, any additions or replacements to the metrics that we would normally look at when we consider a building's performance? Is the policy going to be evaluated later on in its ability to actually provide the benefits to the residents that live in it? And I think these types of details often get lost when we talk about policies in the statewide context. And I think that's where equity actually lives. And I think that in the past couple of years that we've, as Readiness, been focusing on this issue, have seen that our community members are more than ready to talk about these metrics, these issues. They'll need support, but as community members and experts of their own lived experiences, I think there are details about policymaking that they are more than ready to jump in and help with.
Thank you, Carmelita. Who else would like to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I would. This is Bob Raymer with California Code Consultants. And I agree with what was just said. And given past practice, we've worked a lot with the Energy Commission, the Public Utilities Commission over the past few decades. And to the extent that incentive programs can be pushed into sort of a one-stop shop and just make it easy for the user, a lot of times you can get bogged down in the bureaucracy. Initially, when we kicked off the new Solar Home Partnership Program at the Energy Commission, it was heavy on the bureaucracy and the paperwork. And over time, then Commissioner Hochschild was able to get it to a point to where it was relatively easy to work and to understand. And that really created an uptick in usage. And given that we've got a lot of apartments out there that are going to need both decarb inside and outside with EV charging, that could be very helpful. Thank you.
Right, if there are no more thoughts on that question, then I'd like to transition to building standards for new construction. This question first is for Bob. What % of new construction is all electric in California?
Well, thank you. Right now, and this is on the not so good news, less than 2% of all new homes being and apartments being constructed in California today are all electric. But it seems very clear that that's about to change and quite rapidly, I'd like to add. The CEC, as you heard this morning, has adopted regulations that we anticipate the Building Standards Commission to approve tomorrow. These will be taking effect in January of 2023. And they're going to place a significant, I would say, negative incentive on builders if they do not switch to either electric space or water heating. But put differently, the Energy Commission has arranged the performance approach in the standards that will create a system where this will be the easiest transition from one set of regs to another if the builder decides to install electric heat pump water heating. And so by that sort of regulatory incentive, that's going to be very helpful. And as you already heard from Michael this morning, we've got about 4 dozen jurisdictions that have already adopted either an all-electric or pro-electric mandate. Now, one of the things that could be very key to a smooth transition to a decarbonized construction project or a market is for major players to make the jump to all electric, and that is in the production style construction. And one such builder did that just last week. As you may have seen in the Los Angeles Times, the Centennial Project at Tejon Ranch has announced last week that 20,000 unit project will be a net zero carbon emission project with all of the homes, all 20,000 homes will be all electric. They also plan to install some 30,000 EV chargers within and near the project. And while this project's going to be built out over the next 20 years, it's important to note that this represents sort of a quantum change in the longstanding construction style that we've seen in California. In particular, that's where with new homes and apartments, about half the energy used is electric and half of it is not natural gas. And by going to all electric, of course, this represents a huge change. It also represents one heck of a challenge and responsibility. As we move to an all-electric home, you are essentially doubling the amount of electricity that the typical home would use. And when you add a couple of EVs in the garage, you've effectively tripled the amount of electricity that that home uses. And so we need to ensure that the grid can handle this load, and we need to figure out how this is going to impact the pocketbook of the average ratepayer. And, you know, in defense of the Energy Commission, this is not an easy task. It represents a very fluid situation, as the PUC right now is considering rather significant rate increases for both electric and gas. And more importantly, they're also considering major changes to the fiscal benefits of rooftop solar. And as Michael and Dana indicated this morning, we need to figure out how best to deal with the existing housing stock. We're only building 100,000 new homes and apartments a year. So given that we've got an existing housing stock of 14 million units, a policy that focuses solely on new construction will impact roughly 5 to 6% of the total housing stock over the next 10 years.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else like to respond?
Melanie, I have a question for Bob. So I think you said that about 2% of the new construction is all electric. And I'm wondering, do you know if a significant amount of that is affordable housing?
Well, with most large urban areas, when builders build a housing project, a production style project, a great many of the jurisdictions are requiring that a certain percentage, what we call inclusionary zoning, will be at an affordable rate. Of course, this means the others who aren't getting the affordable rate will have to pick up the cost. But for example, at the Tejon Ranch project that I just mentioned that's going to be all electric, I believe 19% of the homes will be meeting that affordable rate requirement. And so, yes, there are. And once again, as we go forward and more production builders start picking this up, that number is going to increase.
Thank you.
All right, then I'll move on. As discussed earlier today, the 2022 Energy Code is a big leap forward since it strongly incentivizes all electric construction. However, more needs to be done to achieve statewide emission targets and improve public health. So CARB staff are considering new construction measures to recommend for inclusion in CALGreen. And of course, we're seeking stakeholder input. Some of the questions we have are specifically, what are the pros and cons of including mandatory and/or voluntary requirements for zero carbon buildings through electrification measures this intervening code cycle, and what end uses and building types should be prioritized? And Bob, I'll let you take the first one at this one again.
Thank you, Melanie. Voluntary measures in the Energy Code or in CALGreen's appendix or alternative methods of compliance in the mandatory section of the code have been used very successfully in transitioning industry to new or different styles of construction. Specific example, the California Energy Commission helped industry make the transition from voluntary solar to mandatory rooftop solar by providing significant financial incentive for the years leading up to 2017, and then providing a significant regulatory compliance credit for the 3-year period that ended in 2020 when the mandate kicked in. That same approach can be used in California's efforts to decarbonize construction, but great care needs to be made to make sure that your transition is as smooth as possible. We've got to make sure that the labor market has enough time to make this transition without creating a huge disruption in the market at both the micro and macro level. In addition, there's always going to be supply chain issues above and beyond the disaster that we see going on these days, but these need to be resolved. For example, in an apartment complex, with changes to design, you have to understand that the space needed for electric heat pump water heating is significantly more than that needed for a gas boiler. Now, all of these problems can be solved, but it just takes time. You cannot kind of do this overnight. And that's the approach that the CEC took with the solar mandate, and hopefully that'll be the approach we take to decarbonization. And so with regards to the one particular issue that I know you wanted to get into, and that is the stove, I don't know how to get there from here other than education of the consumer. We did a rather in-depth survey a while back, this probably 3-4 years ago. We found out at the time that 2/3 of all incoming home buyers would prefer to have a gas stove. What we failed to ask of those 2/3, were any of them familiar with the new electric induction stoves? And so if we had it all to do over again, we'd be asking that second question. But one thing's for sure, from what I'm hearing just on a case-by-case basis, those who are familiar with the gas or with the electric induction stoves are quite happy with them. We're getting kind of rave reviews for there. And so I think once an educational program and perhaps an incentive program can help get consumer awareness up there, you're going to see a big change in the percentage of home buyers who may feel very good towards electric induction stoves. But I have to tell you, that is the linchpin. When it comes to heating the home or heating the water in the home buyers don't really care how it gets heated. They just want to make sure the lights, go on when you flick the switch, that the water is warm when you want to use it, and that the unit is warm during the winter. They could care less whether it's electric or gas. But the fact here is a lot of them still have an important opinion on the gas stove, and so that is the linchpin to this whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I hope others would like to chime in now. Cooking, other end uses, voluntary, mandatory requirements for new construction, building types.
Are you just? Go on, Carla.
I was gonna say I will chime in, and then really quickly, Lauren. I'll say that Melanie, it's our hesitation isn't because we're not interested in answering anything. It's just because of the complexity of the questions, and then also the time we have now. But Bob has raised a lot of really important questions about, who again, what I said earlier, who's in the building who are making these choices, and their ability to make choices, their access, and all of that. So just a general response that is a lot more complicated when we are figuring it out in detail.
And the only thing that I was going to add to is just, talking about building end uses in general, and, to Bob's point about the cooking, and really just getting more information out there about what kind of health impacts and climate impacts you're getting from a gas stove, and what kind of differences, how to cook with an induction stove, or just, just in general information about cooking. Because really, in terms of achieving like the best air quality, health, and climate benefits, you really need to decarbonize all of the building end uses. And if you're not addressing cooking, then you're really not meeting the full, potential of benefits that you can get, especially for health, because of the indoor air quality impacts that you get from cooking.
All right, thank you. So moving on to a related question. What type of exceptions should there be for mandatory and/or voluntary zero carbon building provisions for new construction? Abby, let's start with you.
Sure, thank you for that question. I'm going to say that I don't think there should be any. In the big picture, if we're going to meet our carbon neutrality goals, we have to stop locking in emissions that are going to outlive our greenhouse gas targets. And we cannot achieve carbon neutrality by continuing to install natural gas infrastructure. Now, the goalposts for what defines or what we consider to be low-hanging fruit continually shifts, right? It used to be that screwing in LED light bulbs was the low-hanging fruit. Well, now we might see building electrification as actually, despite all these challenges, as being the low-hanging fruit that remains when we compare it to all the work we have to do in the transportation sector and the industrial sector. So giving off-ramps within this transition of the building sector is really inconsistent with what we're trying to do statewide in achieving carbon neutrality. We heard earlier so many great presentations today, but we heard earlier that under AB 3232, the CEC prepared a building decarbonization assessment to determine how greenhouse gas emissions from buildings can be reduced by at least 40% below 1990 levels by 2030. And under all of the pathways that they assessed, the minimal electrification, moderate, and aggressive electrification pathways, under all of those, 100% of new residential and commercial construction had to be all electric by 2030 for the AB 3232 goal to be met. But if we're talking about carbon neutrality, that shift really has to begin, has to happen sooner. We can't wait until 2030 to begin this shift. So I would say that we have to find a way to not give any exclusions. Now, I know that there are still significant challenges, and we're talking about a lot of those, mostly around financing, but also, as we just had in this good conversation, around messaging on things like induction stoves and indoor air quality and health. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we ease up on the objective. It means that we double down on the messaging and the mobilizing, on the funding and the financing. Yeah, so I would say, from the air district's perspective, I would say, let's try to avoid exclusions. But I'm interested to hear what other folks think about this question.
Well, on a positive note, new residential construction for the past decade has been required, and this comes from the CEC in Part 6 of our Title 24. They've required mechanical ventilation in new dwellings and new apartments. That doesn't exist in the older housing stock, and we've got, today we've got 14 million units, and 13 million were built, before 2010. And so there's a lot of work that the state needs to do on getting this done. In particular, how do we get this ventilation? How do we get decarbonization into this stock in an affordable way, in a way that doesn't basically, you don't want individuals that are already on a very tight economic budget to have to fork out significant amounts of money so they can start to enjoy these benefits. There's got to be a thought given to the the transition from point A to point B, and I think that is where the huge work is going to have to go into all of this. How do we make this as painless as possible for people, particularly those in the much older housing stock?
Just to confirm, Melanie, your question was about exceptions for new construction or just for building decarbonization?
Just for new construction, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd echo what Abby said too. I mean, in terms of all electric new construction, that's the low-hanging climate mitigation strategy that California should adopt now to realize the significant public health, air quality, and climate benefits. And the sooner the state commits to all electric new construction, the sooner agencies and local governments and stakeholders can focus their capacity and resources on equitable electrification of the existing building stock.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to the next question, which is, what are the potential impacts in different groups with voluntary and mandatory zero carbon or electrification requirements for new construction? So let's start with you, Abby, again.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so there's a couple things here to unpack. In the construction of the home, and I know that Bob can probably dig into some of the details of this better than I can, but in general, there is a premium for some all electric technologies, heat pump water heaters for sure, induction stoves, but in front of the meter, there's the cost to install the gas infrastructure from the community to the development or to the dwelling or to the building. And that cost often gets passed on to the home buyer. The developer bears some of the cost, and some of it gets passed on to the home buyer. And when we start talking about increases in, cost of production and cost of construction at about $7,000, you start, which is, a low end estimate of the infrastructure cost of installing natural gas, you start pricing out a lot of lower income would-be home buyers. And so, a lot of every $1,000 makes a difference. And so with vastly rising construction and home costs and real estate costs in California, we're seeing more and more folks priced out of the market. And anything that we can do to reduce those construction costs is of a benefit. And studies by E3 have indicated that all electric construction can help with this. Once a building is occupied, then we start talking about utility costs. And over the past 10 years or so, we've seen a trend where natural gas prices are rising far more rapidly than electricity prices. So that tension is also ultimately benefits a switch to electricity. And then, of course, we have an increasing equity issue as, the folks that can afford to transition to all electric homes leave the folks that can't afford to make that transition sort of in a smaller and smaller pool, covering those stranded assets and the increasing costs of the natural gas, monthly bills. So there's a couple dynamics in play here. And ultimately, this boils down to a real, equity issue that is one of the biggest challenges with thinking about how we make this transition, particularly with existing structures in an equitable way that addresses environmental justice. And that's one of the biggest issues that we're grappling with at the Air District.
Yeah, I agree. And in terms of some of the costs that we've seen, I'd like to look at the past and the future. And that is, since 2010, we've had 4 code changes. We've added mandatory residential fire sprinklers to the unit. That doesn't have anything to do with our discussions today, but we've also added, 3 major updates for energy efficiency. And of course, we have the rather famous solar mandate that took effect in January of 2020. You put all that together, it's about $25,000 to $30,000 in cost. And that's the CEC and our estimate of it. We're pretty close on the impact. But looking forward, if we go to, like I said earlier, we're going to be tripling the amount of electricity used in the house. So get rid of, the gas for a second and just look at electricity. We're going to be significantly increasing the amount of solar that would be on the roof or coming in from a community solar project. And to help make sure that we manage the grid and have grid harmony, we're going to be doing storage, on-site storage. And as an engineer, I could put a couple power walls in the garage, triple or double or triple the amount of solar on the roof. That's going to add about another $40,000 to $50,000 in costs. And I'm sure that as we get the supply chain problems taken care of, and as market demand for the batteries go up, that cost is going to come down. But we're now looking at a total cost here of about anywhere from $50,000 to $70,000 since the beginning of 2010, and that has an impact on people. There are a great many who can afford these, but the vast majority of Californians can't. We've got to figure out how to get this done in a way that is equitable and does not knock out these first-time home buyers. Thank you.
Okay, so let's switch gears now from new buildings to a measure that would also impact existing buildings. And this will be our final topic, 2 questions. So we have about 10 minutes left, and I'm talking about the potential SIP measure that Dana discussed this morning. Again, for those who weren't listening in the morning, the concept is that new space and water heaters sold statewide starting in 2030 would have 0 carbon emissions. And so we are seeking input on this concept. Specifically, what are the challenges and opportunities of such a measure? Lauren, can you please start us out?
Sure. I'm going to start with the opportunities and then I'll talk about the challenges. You know, with nearly 80% of methane gas in homes and buildings being used for space and water heating, we really do need to convert these end uses to clean electricity. But any type of zero emission standard, you know, any type of building decarbonization standard, building electrification standard can really, they're all going to help us achieve the state's health, air quality, and climate goals. So we see a lot of the same benefits that we've been talking about throughout the day, just in terms of building decarbonization in general. But, you know, a measure like this can help in terms of air quality, can help achieve state and federal air quality standards by substantially reducing ozone and particulate forming nitrogen oxides, or NOx, as well as other pollutants. And then not only will setting limits for on-site emissions from these types of appliances have the co-benefit of improving indoor and ambient air quality by reducing or eliminating gas combustion, but these improvements will also result in additional health benefits, as we've heard. You know, UCLA researchers found that if all residential gas appliances in California were replaced with clean electric alternatives, the reduction of outdoor air pollution would avoid 350 deaths, 900 cases of bronchitis, and save Californians over $3.5 billion in health benefits annually. And then there are climate benefits. We know that the building sector today contributes to 25% of the state's GHG emissions, but direct emissions from the combustion of fossil fuels, primarily in space and water heating in buildings, accounts for 10% of all of GHGs in the state. So as the state progresses towards its emission reduction goal of 40% below 1990 levels by 2030, which from Sierra Club's perspective should be reevaluated and ramped up, the state decision makers, you know, have recognized this building electrification as like a central component of the state's climate strategy. And if we don't shift these appliances to all electric sooner rather than later, the state risks locking in emissions that will threaten climate goals. A couple other opportunities: job creation. Building electrification in general could produce hundreds of thousands of jobs across the state, boost employment in construction, energy, and manufacturing industries. And in terms of climate resilience, zero emitting heat pumps can promote climate resilience by providing heating and cooling with a single appliance, expanding access to protection against extreme heat. High efficiency heat pumps and heat pump water heaters save energy on hot days, provide hot water when the power goes out, thereby reducing the strain on the grid, and can double as batteries and help balance the grid. And then also there are some economic benefits. Electric heat pumps are cost effective. We saw that they're 3 to 5 times more efficient than gas. And California households can expect to see savings on their utility bills from living in homes with these types of electric appliances. You know, and switching gears and focusing now on the challenges, you know, a lot of challenges and barriers were discussed in the second panel in relation, especially in relation to existing buildings and market transformation that needs to happen. You know, one challenge from this particular measure is that it could result, like it's, you know, in an inconsistent transition, since it's not addressing all other building end uses. And I spoke earlier to, you know, the importance of transitioning you know, cooking appliances. You know, if we really wanted to achieve all of the air quality, public health, and climate benefits, you really should be looking at standards that will have a consistent transition for all building and uses. And standards that are addressing all building and uses can also actually result in substantial cost savings, so that you're saving on installation costs for comprehensive retrofits instead of a staggered replacement of individual appliances. And then one more important challenge, but it's really more of a need, is to ensure that at every stage of planning and implementation, CARB is engaging folks at the local level. So a standard like this, or any standard like this, should be co-created by local partners. That could be done through a transparent, inclusive, community-centered process, and really to just help ensure that this transition is done equitably. Yeah, I can leave it at that.
Thanks, Lauren. Who else would like to jump in?
I think I'll jump in with just a quick response and message. You know, I think we've heard from our co-panelists today the word inconsistent a few times. referring to different processes, policy making, timelines, and I want to just really highlight that not just for my own interest as an advocate, but also for again the residents whose lives will be impacted by statewide and local policies. I want to first say that I think it can be possible to have a statewide policy that has that is following community leadership and including residents and organizations from where they're at. And I'm not hearing a lot of that in statewide conversations. The numbers and the health benefits that Lauren had provided is something that we want to be able to translate at a local level, so that we can also take a look at, what go beyond the anecdotes, right? Have all of the data and also be consistent with the data that we're representing when we're advocating for building decarbonization. So I'll add that additional inconsistency is that we have data and numbers, metrics, and we're missing a lot more. We're missing, for example, the current status again of folks who are underemployed, unemployed, the total cost that families are having to juggle in order to pay their energy bills, their other utility bills, their rent. We're missing the data on how many folks are unhoused, so that what would the benefits be for anyway. These metrics, data, whatever we want to call them, matter. It matters because when we don't count them, and we've said that before, we don't count them, then we miss them. And if the entire effort is about equitably providing benefits through a policy like building decarb, and we're not talking about what is missing and who is missing, and tackling these inconsistencies head on, then we will definitely miss out on the possibility of creating this equitable policy.
Okay, moving on to the final question. What complementary policies are needed to ensure a zero emission space and water heater measure would be successful? Lauren, let's start with you again.
Sure. So complementary policies, which would hopefully be, developed through that type of transparent, local level, community-centered process. Kind of thinking of them in 4 buckets right now. One would be focusing on access and affordability. So again, ensuring that everyone has everyone deserves the benefit of a clean and healthy home. And so building decarb efforts, whatever the standard is, must not increase energy costs for the most vulnerable communities. And equity protections must be put in place to ensure affordability and access to electric appliances for everyone. Policies could include increased incentives for electric appliances, financial assistance for replacement of appliances, upfront rebates to minimize costs, maintaining policies that will help maintain affordable energy costs, because residents need to be able to pay their energy bills without sacrificing other essentials. And making the upfront costs of electrification affordable to all will require ending subsidies of gas appliances and replacing them with investments in zero emitting alternatives. The second bucket is policies focused on renter protection and anti-displacement. CARB needs to design programs with low-income renters in mind and develop best practices to avoid harms such as displacement and rent increases. So types of policies that would need to follow, policies that would prevent evictions, no dramatic cost increases, banning any pass-through costs for decarbonization retrofits for low-income tenants, and just kind of mandating holistic decarbonization retrofits for, resulting in habitable homes for all. Third bucket is, focusing on other necessary upgrades in relation to just transitioning into electric appliances. So looking at developing a healthy homes model in relation to appliances. again, like holistic residential building upgrades could include structural upgrades to support efficiency, and cooling and heating upgrades, heat pump installation, panel upgrades, enabling access to clean cooling, and ensuring low-income communities have access to solar systems, storage batteries, and just energy-efficient appliances. And then the last bucket I would mention is just ensuring that workforce standards or policies related to improving workforce standards run parallel to building electrification policies. So ones that promote high-road jobs that provide family-sustaining wages and benefits and afford workers opportunities to gain new skills and advance their careers. And ensuring new jobs are accessible to local workers, especially in vulnerable communities. So yeah, I'll end it there and see if anybody else has others to add.
Anyone else want to chime in on complementary policies needed? Or anything else that you wanted to cover that you didn't get a chance to discuss earlier today?
This is Abby.
I wanted to just take this time.
I know we're trying to end, but I would just put in another plug for the whole idea of messaging. We did a round of funding for heat pump water heater incentive programs in the Bay Area, and one of the main findings was that communication and messaging is critically lacking around everything from cost effectiveness to how well heat pump water heaters would perform during power shutoffs, to challenging expectations about impacts to utility bills. Statewide education, awareness, messaging is just critically important to this whole transition.
Thank you, Abby. Carmelita, I think you wanted to add something as well.
Mine is a quick plug as well for SAGE in Los Angeles, Strategic Actions for a Just Economy, who had last week released the LA Building Decarbonization Tenant Impact and Recommendations report. Unfortunately, I'm not tech savvy enough to figure out how to multitask and paste the link
we
here,
shared
but
it
in a
this
few
morning.
minutes I might be able to. Oh, you did? Okay, great.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
we can add it to the afternoon again in case there's differences of people joining. All right, well, with that, a big thank you all to participation in the panel. I appreciate your insights and time. So now we'll start our last comment period. If you can please change to the next slide, thank you. So the first 30 minutes of this public comment period will be an opportunity for the public to ask questions or provide comments related to what was discussed in panel 3. And then after that, we'll have a general public comment period where you can generally talk about anything you like. And panelists are welcome to keep their camera on if they want to address any of the questions or comments that come on. I know that a couple of you have to leave as well, so that's totally understandable. For the public, please go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to provide comments. And before we do, I want to check in with Trish again to see if there are any members of the EJEC that would like to speak.
Hi, everyone. This is Trish with CARB, Environmental Justice. I don't currently see hands of Environmental Justice Advisory Committee members. Just giving it another couple of seconds. Martha Dina, did you want to provide
Yes,
comment?
yes, I did. I just could not figure out how to do it on GoToWebinar, how to raise my hand. So, I think also from the SAGE report, the set of recommendations, mirror what's been said, right? That it should never increase energy burden, but reduce it. Should require all appliances to be energy efficient. The ventilation issue is really critical. But also this idea of ban pass-through costs for decarbonization retrofits, particularly for rent stabilized units, right? So the phasing and how you design this program is going to be really, very important. And I would actually start with the public education first, give time to the community organizations throughout the state that are developing the pilots, and give us an opportunity from an environmental justice community's perspective to understand the technology more so that as we roll out recommendations, we are balancing all of the, all of the technical information that we have to with the justice and equity and burden shifting requirements that we want embedded in any policy.
Thank you, Martha. Thank you, Trish. So it looks like right now there are 4 members of the public who would like to speak. I'll be calling on Tom Phillips, Ken Strong, and Tanya Barham. So let's start. Go ahead, Tom. I have unmuted you.
Thanks. Tom Phillips, Healthy Building Research. Great discussion. Thanks for addressing these important issues on equity and financing and so on. I wanted to address a few things and suggest some resources and examples. Let's see. I guess I would start off in terms of investment by saying that, and incentives, that whatever we do, we should try to do private and public financing. That's being done more and more and seems to be fairly successful and helps jumpstart things. In the recent Union of Concerned Scientists newsletter, they had a great project called Sol with the U, Solidarity in Michigan, where they did efficiency, resilient renewable energy, and affordable housing in a small city. It was based on the Michigan's blueprint for energy democracy. So I'm sure PSR and other folks know about this or are familiar with that, but it was a very successful community project. I think they had technical assistance from UCS. In terms of financing, I'm not sure, but those are things that can be started now and not wait for building standards and state programs, I think. And then one gap in terms of types of buildings that wasn't addressed is mobile homes. They're very high risk for not only energy burden, but overheating, especially the older homes that tend to be very run down. And we see a similar thing when we did a big statewide study at CARB and Department of Public Health on portable classrooms. A lot of those are really run down and inefficient. So there's a big need there that shouldn't fall through the cracks. And in terms of vulnerable populations, the state is currently using the disadvantaged community and CalEnviroScreen approach. And unfortunately, it doesn't do a good job of addressing indoor overheating, although about 2/3 of the deaths from the 2006 heat wave in California occurred indoors. And we know it's probably going to get worse in terms of not just climate change, but an aging population, increased energy bills, increased overcrowding because of the housing crisis and so on. So we basically have, an acceleration of these risks happening as we speak. And the recent Harvard study found that by including or adding characteristics of home performance in terms of thermal energy efficiency and cooling, they could greatly increase the correlations with the heat-related health effects that were in the epidemiology data. So that's one thing that we need to do. And the good news is that there is some housing data coming out now that will help us refine those assessments. The RAS, Residential Appliance Saturation Survey, I think should have come out already. I think it was coming out this fall. And then Oak Ridge National Lab has a national database on energy home characteristics and so on. So that should help us really target our efforts on these vulnerable building types in terms of energy and heat and so on. And before I forget, I just realized that one of the big benefits that's been alluded to a little bit today, when we do more efficient homes and start putting in heat pumps with air filtration and so on, is the mitigation of wildfire impacts. Because we heard all kinds of horror stories from people on the coast in older homes who didn't have air conditioning, didn't have air filtration, and they couldn't open their windows. So we know that that could be a huge benefit. We know that we're going to have forest fires for a long time. I mean, it's going to take 15 years or so for PG&E to fix their power lines and so on. And the droughts aren't going away. The other things I'd mention in terms of programs is that, you know, ideally we should be going to carbon negative. I don't know, you know, what California has in store for there, but in terms of what's happening in the marketplace, there are some examples of zero energy homes, and they become basically zero carbon because they've been able to include not only very high efficiency levels, but high efficiency, PV and grid-tied batteries. And so some good examples are Mandalay Homes in Arizona. They're doing market rate homes for the last couple of years doing that. And I believe there's a project in Florida by Pearl Homes, and maybe one in Alabama doing a similar thing. So if they have grid incentives, they can help push through some of those cost barriers for the PV, for the efficiency and the storage. So I think California, and maybe to the point, we know that much of California is going to have a climate like Arizona has now within the next, you know, by mid-century. So we should be designing for Arizona climate, basically. Some other quick things, incentives for embedded carbon. We need to think a lot about that. We're already seeing some builders, high performance builders, use low carbon concrete, low carbon insulation. Timber framing is really booming now in high performance building, even for multi-story, multifamily. And there's some good examples. In fact, I think they just came out with a new policy in Canada. It's from the Builders for Climate Action, and they have done a lot of good work on materials carbon reduction and things that are basically available now. So those are the kinds of incentives and measures we could push, and any way we can incentivize and jumpstart those without waiting for the long, laborious building standards process would be great. And I think that is a good place to leave it for now, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate your comments. I am going to unmute you, Ken, and go ahead and introduce yourself and provide your comments.
Hi, thanks. Ken Strong, again, with the Climate Reality Project and Marine Conservation League, speaking on behalf of myself. There's a segment that doesn't seem to be getting talked about that's a little bit in the middle, and as you're looking at mandatory versus voluntary standards and the like, it seems to me we ought to figure out a way that major remodels get addressed the same way as new construction is. Because with a major remodel, so many of, you know, there are cost savings associated when you're doing that kind of work. The additional costs of putting in heat pumps and induction ranges and things like that are just a fraction of the typical major remodel cost. And certainly in those communities which have got a developed housing stock and probably the more affluent communities, they're pretty well built out, and most of the work that's being done that's going to happen over the next 10 or 20 years is going to be more major remodels than new construction. So I'd like to see in the next building cycle, CEC look at how they might address major remodels as a category as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. We have two speakers left. Tanya Barham and Richard Finley. Tanya, I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi, this is Tanya Barham with Community Energy Labs. I am just, one of the speakers mentioned something about, obviously everybody's been talking about upfront costs and the cost of retrofitting. I think also keeping in mind that many of these systems are, you know, they will be replaced probably one at a time if people can't find financing to do a big upgrade to homes, commercial buildings, et cetera. So as we think about operational energy, we should also be thinking about, as we replace appliances, that we make flexibility the new renewable energy, and the new renewable energy, the new energy efficiency, and we're not just thinking about appliances that can reduce their energy altogether, though that is great, but there are certain times of day, for example, when there's a huge surplus of energy. So things that may have the flexibility to both consume more than they normally would at other times, whereas at other times in the day, they consume almost nothing. So as we look about that interface with renewables in the grid, we really need to be thinking about flexibility here. And that also means thinking flexibly about operational energy and controls as a piece of the technology stack that can be used to make existing appliances smarter until a home is able to be upgraded to the newest, fanciest, most efficient, most flexible equipment. So I did just want to bring that up. I also heard, someone talking about battery storage, for example, and I want to harken back to what an earlier presenter had said, Tom Cabot, about how we need to think smart about not being wasteful. And I think a lot of batteries right now are extremely expensive. I have solar and a battery on my home. And for most folks, it's just overkill to have a battery. There's enough flexibility in using, for example, water charging and discharging, smart controls for EV charging, or even just general appliances to shift loads or change the timing of when those things are used. And it's far less expensive, for example, than installing a battery, which uses also, there's embodied carbon in that whole manufacturing process. Not that batteries are not important, but I just want to emphasize again to think not just about upfront costs of retrofits and standards, but all along the value chain in terms of building flexibility into these, thinking on an amp-light diet and thinking about operational energy in addition to just installed or sort of design stage improvements in the process. So I know that was a lot of information, not all is applicable to the panel that was speaking, but thank you to everybody for your comments and for these presentations today.
Thank you, Tanya. We have two more speakers, Richard Finley and Michael Brady. Richard, I have unmuted you. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for taking my comments. Richard Finley, CoilPod LLC. We focus on maintenance. All sorts of buildings have systems in them that degrade over time. We focus on on cooling, basically, refrigeration and AC. Heating systems are the same. There's hardly any discussion about the maintenance issue for systems that are dynamic and that over time need to be maintained. Electric utilities, by and large, don't give incentives directed to maintenance. They will incentivize retrofit of better equipment. Some of those pieces of equipment are dynamic and they degrade over time. So that really needs to be addressed. If a piece of equipment is in the public sector, perhaps regulations are needed to basically force the owners to do the required preventative maintenance to keep the systems at maximum energy efficiency. In the lab, they're energy efficient, and then they go out in the field and they degrade. For residential, I think you need to use a carrot approach. The electric utilities really need to be telling the residential owners to do what's needed. The second issue, there seems to be a lot of discussion about heat pumps. It's fine to deploy them, but I think you need the maintenance initiatives also for heat pumps over time, or you're going to lose the efficiency that you get when they're first put into service. But thank you very much. It's been a very interesting workshop, and I appreciate getting the chance to talk about it.
Thank you, Richard. We appreciate your comments as well. The last speaker of this public comment is Michael Brady. Michael, I've unmuted you. You have to unmute yourself. Oh, now it says.
There it goes. Okay, yeah, I'm just Michael Brady. I'm just for myself. I'm not representing any particular organization, but I'm feeding off a previous comment about about needing to tie some of this these upgrades to major remodeling. And we need to be careful there to see whether or not it's cost effective at the time still. I could, for instance, I'd be looking at a kitchen remodel at some point, and that's fairly expensive on its own. Toss in the requirement to change out the gas range for induction, and despite any of the incentives that are out there, that's still going to probably double the price of the job. Now, if it's only a kitchen, maybe that's fine. That's probably a good time to put it in. I don't dispute that. It's just that the cost is interesting. The other thing, though, is that for the larger systems, it comes down to the usual building code thing. How much, at some point when you're doing a remodel, you have to ask what's the value of the remodel versus the value of the house, and if it exceeds a certain value, then you have to bring the whole place up to code anyway. That's probably a different issue. I've seen houses that are, shall we say, depreciated, and a paint job for a new roof is going to bring them into that category. But that's just another issue that kind of takes the prices to a new level for some people. You need to think about that carefully before you just start mandating it for everybody. Anyhow, just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And with that, I will transition over to Dana. Thanks everyone who has provided comments thus far.
Great, thanks Melanie. Appreciate all the public comments shared so far related to panel 3. Next slide, Destiny. Now we'd like to give one last opportunity to hear directly from all of you with any other general public comments you have on any topics related to building decarbonization, and specifically any responses that you have to these 3 questions. Number 1, what building end uses and building types should be prioritized for building decarbonization through electrification efforts? Number 2, are there model policies from other jurisdictions or specific policies that should be prioritized as California considers a path forward to equitable building electrification? And third, what complementary policies are the most important to advance in the near term, and how should they be prioritized? So these are 3 key questions that we're hoping to get a little more feedback on. Please remember to use the raise your hand feature if you'd like to provide a comment in response to these questions. It looks like we have a couple people or 3 people now in the queue. We'll start with Leah Louise Prescott, followed by Josh Jacobs, and then Ben Granholm. So let's go ahead. Louise, I've just unmuted you. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi, thank you. This is Leah Lewis Prescott. I'm a senior associate in the Oakland office of RMI. And I want to just thank CARB for hosting this discussion and thank all of the great panelists we've heard today. I really appreciate the shared commitment that I've heard from both the speakers and commenters to really advance an equitable and affordable transition to carbon-free buildings. Today's discussions have made clear that achieving our state climate and air quality goals will not be possible without building decarbonization. And they've also underscored the need for coordination across stakeholders to make sure that this transition is truly beneficial for all, especially those who will be most impacted. On the state SIP strategy, I support CARB's draft measure that sets a date by which all newly purchased appliances must be zero emissions. Before the 2030 implementation date, CARB should coordinate with community, government, and utility partners to secure funding and tenant protections that will ensure an affordable transition. And if done right, this can serve as a model policy for other jurisdictions and other states. In the scoping plan, I see the update as a critical opportunity for CARB to draw attention and urgency to the multi-stakeholder effort that is needed for a statewide building electrification transition. First and foremost, I think CARB should include the building sector in the main body of the scoping plan update rather than in the appendix, as other commenters before me suggested. And this will signal the importance of statewide coordination in the effort to reduce building emissions. CARB should also call on state agencies and market actors to collaborate closely with impacted communities in the development of a comprehensive statewide energy equity and building decarbonization roadmap. As other folks have mentioned, California has many exciting yet fragmented building decarbonization efforts underway that could benefit from greater integration and alignment, which a statewide roadmap could help achieve. These efforts should be driven by the most impacted and historically disadvantaged communities, because as we heard from Carmelita, equitable electrification is going to require intentional policymaking that is responsive to the needs of these disadvantaged communities. I'm very grateful that CARB and other key state agencies are committed to advancing an equitable transition to all electric buildings. And I hope that the depth of this commitment is reflected by making building decarb a key section in the body of the scoping plan update. Thank you again for hosting this discussion today, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Leah. Okay, next is Josh Jacobs. Josh, you are now unmuted.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dana. Again, thank you, Josh Jacobs from WAP Sustainability. I want to echo thanks to everyone for their time, energy, and effort on this, energy being the pun intended, on what we're doing here. Also love the fact how integral equity is to the conversation and how it's been weaved throughout the entire discussion, because without that, then we're not really doing our job here. I want to speak to number 3 of your general public comments. Again, as mentioned before, and I won't repeat all of it, is that this is great. Electrification is phenomenal, but we need to understand the embodied carbon within the tools that we're using to move to electrification. Because hey, look how much you're saving. You're saving you're saving all this greenhouse gas by moving from gas to electric, but are you actually not, due to how much carbon it takes to create said product? So this needs to move not in near term, it needs to move in lockstep. So not only do we need to recognize that embodied carbon is a big part of these buildings and is getting bigger and bigger every day as we move to a less intensive grid, but we need to ensure that the tools that we're using to decarbonize are as low carbon as possible. And we can only do that by looking at embodied carbon. So again, looking forward to working with the state and everyone else on the call to understand that and to move forward. I thank you all again for your time, energy, and effort, and glad to be a part of the move to reduce this climate catastrophe that we're in the middle of. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Josh. We've got 2 more people in the queue. I'll call on Ben Granholm and then Richard Finley. Okay, Ben, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ben Granholm on behalf of the Western Propane Gas Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this afternoon. WPGA would like to emphasize that we applaud building decarbonization efforts, but we also believe that any decarbonization strategy should take a comprehensive approach toward providing consumers with clean energy solutions that are both reliable and affordable. Decarbonization strategies that rely solely on electrification are inherently flawed, and we must acknowledge that climate change is a complex issue that requires the deployment of all clean energy sources. California's electrical grid is already at capacity and cannot meet current demand, resulting in power outages and rolling blackouts during peak demand scenarios. Nuclear plants are being retired, which are resulting in natural gas plants being expanded, meaning that the carbon intensity of California's electrical grid over the next 5 to 10 years is going to plateau or even rise. Meanwhile, innovation of other renewable fuels, such as renewable propane derived from sustainable sources and as non-methane, provide a reliable, resilient path to sustainability. New research done by building consulting firm Consul shows that a home fueled by renewable propane will have substantially lower emissions than that of an all-electric home, and will do so at a more cost-effective rate than electric, all while providing residents much-needed resiliency during de-energization events. If California's building sector transitioned to 100% renewable propane, the state would benefit from 2.26 million tons of avoided CO2 emissions, which is the equivalent of taking roughly 537,000 cars off the road annually. Renewable propane is a drop-in solution, meaning there's no extra infrastructure costs for a homeowner to transition from conventional to renewable propane. And this becomes incredibly important in areas of the state that are not seeing a large amount of new construction, and provides a cost-effective method to reduce emissions in the existing building stock, which would require millions of dollars of investment to transition homes to all-electric appliances. Our industry is innovating, demonstrating how we can net renewable electricity generated from renewable propane back to the grid, or to charge electric vehicles at the site. The propane industry is working hard to transition to 100% renewable propane as early as 2030. As we move forward, WPGA urges CARB, CEC, and CPU staff to deploy all low and negative carbon solutions available. This will ensure equity and that no community is left behind during the clean energy transition, and that we deliver reliable, clean, and affordable energy to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, next on the list is Richard Finley, and then I see here. There's one other commenter, Ben Bolser, after. So Richard, you've now been elected.
Thank you. This is Richard Finley, CoilPod LLC. Thank you very much today for taking any comments I might have. We really focus upon the commercial building sector, primarily refrigeration use. It's used in food service, locations of all types, healthcare. Government labs and research labs also use a lot of refrigeration. We focus on the reach-in units, and quite frankly, they need to be maintained properly to cut down in unneeded power plant emissions. They're really a form of embodied carbon, we think. They run inefficiently. The average estimate is that they consume 25% more electric than they should, because folks just don't do coil cleaning. So that we think that's low-hanging fruit to get very quick emissions reductions at power plants. We don't really know of the electric utility sector looking at this. National Grid in upstate New York is possibly putting an entry into the New York State Technical Resource Manual on this point. But they missed this year's deadline. It may go in next year. So we'd really encourage the utilities to look at this and supply maintenance initiatives so that the cleanings could be done. And of course, this has to be extended to the home too. Refrigeration in the home, the energy savings is not quite as much as the AC system. Possibly those two should be combined for incentives, so that an HVAC tech could come in, get the AC system up to prime shape, and then also do the same for the refrigerator. So that's basically what we think could be very useful, immediate energy efficiency gain for the cooling sector. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Richard. We have a few more people in the queue. There's Robert Bolsner, Tom Phillips, and then Alice Sung. We'll go ahead and start with Robin. Robin, you've been unmuted. Please introduce yourself and your comment.
Yes, hi. It's actually Robin Bolsner. I'm just a small business owner interested in climate change and policy. And as it refers to question number one, even though I own a commercial building and two single-family rental homes, I don't believe those should be prioritized for building decarbonization efforts. I mean, I would like them to be first since I own those properties. However, I just as a general citizen, I believe it should, the focus and the priority should be on low-income housing development and schools. Particularly schools, because it could serve also a marketing messaging approach if you succeed in a school, it's going to reach a lot of people. That information about that success is going to reach a lot of people in the community that school serves. And then just as it refers to question number 3 for complementary policies, I agree with the previous commenter who was discussing, maintenance as a low-hanging fruit way to reduce energy use, and I would also say weatherization of low-income housing is relatively inexpensive. I mean, simply putting up weather stripping and adding insulation and some exterior window coverings and things that would help keep things cool. It seems like weatherization would be a complementary policy to lower the overall energy usage in a low-income house. And also just, my commercial building is very old, so, I struggle to find the resources to weatherize it. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. We have 2 more speakers on our list, and I do also want to remind folks that we will be accepting written comments as well. But next we'll have Tom. Tom, you've been unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I've already addressed some of these questions in terms of building end use and types. In terms of model of specific policies, I've mentioned a few of those. I thought I would add something that came up later today, and that is the energy efficiency standards and building decarbonization policies that might be good examples are the British Columbia STEP Code, where they are kind of have a voluntary tiered system of, I think, 3 levels. And that's been in effect for, I think, a year or 2. And they also include overheating analysis, at least for current climate. They're working on, in Canada, of adding future climate assessments. Then England has a draft future home standard out, and Canada has a carbon reduction policy plan out as well, and both of them take the approach, I believe, of energy efficiency first. And the London plan includes overheating and urban heat island assessments to factor into their energy modeling and reducing health risks. It's under criticism right now because I don't think it does a good job on overheating yet, but we'll see. And then I think I mentioned Toronto has a great multifamily refurb program where they're addressing not only energy efficiency carbon, but future overheating risks. And that's going very well, but that's private and public funding, I think. Then in terms of California, DGS, Department of General Services, several months ago was updating their resilient design guide. And I haven't heard back yet what's happening with that, but that in terms of number 3 near term, that's something that might be ready to be applied very soon, might need some tweaking or some incentives to make it happen. Let's see, the other complementary policy is the Healthy Homes funding through Medicare to fund in-home interventions for asthma reduction. That's now in place and being developed, I think, guidelines this summer by state agencies and the Regional Asthma Management Program, RAMP. So the point there is, and I think Martha Dina kind of alluded to it, with low-income weatherization, if you already have a crew in the home, it can be very cost-effective to add these asthma interventions. And they can be of more economic value in terms of health and safety than the energy savings themselves. So there's a great synergy there and something that will target vulnerable populations. And on top of that, there's a great opportunity to beef up passive cooling to get much more climate adapted and resilience in terms of power outages and future carbon emissions and so on. And so things like insulation, shading, cool roofs and so on, if those can be subsidized a little bit, you can really leverage that kind of funding. And last but not least, I'll mention again the Collaborative for High Performance Schools, which Dana and many of us worked on. And that already has some criterion specs and resources laid out for California and other states. And let's see, in terms of priorities, I'll just mention a comment that's been made many times in this arena, and that is that health needs to be at the table all the time. And in this case, we need a task force of environmental health and building science experts. And that will help us not only shape the program, but provide a good, I think, policy framework and technical assistance at the state level to do heat vulnerability assessments. In 2013, the Climate Action Team for Public Health Working Group did the Extreme Heat Adaptation Plan, and that was a good start, but it was never funded or staffed. And at the time, there was a request to set up a panel of experts, but that never happened. So I think it's well past time to do that, to have the best evidence available in terms and input in terms of health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, next, Alice Sung. Alice, you've been unmuted.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much to CARB and to you, Dana, for this great series of workshops. I would echo a lot of what Tom Phillips and Tom Capita have already said. And I'll just address a few things that I see that might be some gaps that might not have been said thus far, and address equitable building decarbonization by stressing, and I think Carmelita did mention this, but again, direct involvement and leadership from potentially even paid positions within all of the state agencies, CARB, CEC, certainly maybe Building Commission and DSA, to look at how we actually can incorporate that and make sure that equity and justice, environmental justice, are at the table in leadership decision-making positions. Sort of one time, come to one meeting, we'll pay you $50 and you can, speak for 3 minutes, doesn't really do it justice. So I think that there are right now, which is the fortuitous opportunity, is to take advantage of the environmental justice movement that has been organizing itself. Obviously, many groups for many years, but in particular, some newer focus on built environment, not just environmental justice in terms of EPA's definition of pollution reduction and fossil fuel injustices, but look to involve CEHA, California Environmental Justice Alliance, groups like POTR, other youth groups, Emerald Cities Collaborative, APEN, NAACP's Centering Equity in Sustainable Building Sector, certainly, to solicit their leadership and involvement in program design. And I say this, which leads to my next point. A lot has been said about the investments being equitable and in certain, call them DACs, call them environmental justice communities. But I'd like to stress that the economic development, the investments themselves, fall into training, workforce development, and the pockets of those minority and women-owned businesses of those local environmental justice communities that need the work, that don't have the work, that have been historically marginalized from those kinds of, from everything from the design profession through the construction work. So I'd look to see that workforce development and the economic investments actually fall into the pockets of those communities most in need, those community members most in need, and family supporting jobs and wages be supported by our public investments. And to address the rest of the questions that you have on other model policies, complementary policies, what else is out there to look on, I would like to echo again Tom's focus on schools, public schools in particular. Not so much, you know, for the things that have been mentioned, obviously vulnerability of children and the health issues, but for the strategic advantage that public sector focus first. You know, I mean, pick a sector, houses, individual, you know, commercial buildings, pick a sector. I would stress that public schools and municipal portfolios are a great opportunity for CARB and for CEC to focus on together, hand in hand with DSA, because of all the co-benefits, not only educating the youth, but also serving as seeds for microgrids and community resilience. And thus, because the public schools touch all of the EJ and disadvantaged communities, right? Start first with those public schools that have the most Title I children and families associated with them, and build community trust by bringing schools first and those most impacted first to zero carbon and microgrid and community resilience hubs. So that would be my pitch for the focus. And the third thing on the other complementary policies and what other jurisdictions and things to look at for CARB and other state agencies would be to look at the federal level, because a lot is happening there on the federal level, especially with the Justice 40 policy of the Biden administration. So I'd look to this, it's great, I think it's about 30 pages, White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council, final recommendations. It was on May 21st, 2021. It's public. And other environmental justice movement platforms for just transition, like the Equitable and Just National Climate Platform. And to stay tuned also with the General Services Administration on the federal level, and what recommendations have been put forth by the or will be put forth also through the Green Building Advisory Council at the federal level. There are many, many applicable policies and approaches, I think. The most important thing is to actually employ the environmental justice leaders and community members at the table, making the decisions and designing the programs. And lastly, I'll just close by saying I encourage CARB and the state agencies to prepare for the incoming federal level, both infrastructure and what will come out of the Build Back Better Act, right? To most wisely, right, use those investments towards the public sector first, and then use that as training grounds to train the workforce, build up community trust and the workforce development, and then focus on more market sector, you know, programs, but put those first investment dollars directly into the environmental justice communities. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Alice. Okay, we have one last person in the queue for public comments. Josie Gallert, you're unmuted. If you'd like to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. This is Tom Cabot. Sorry, I joined in on Josie's line. Thanks so much for putting this together. Some of the types of things I think we should focus on are looking at the end uses that are going to be easy to take on first, including right-sizing the EV charging. And I mentioned earlier, a 20 amp circuit for electric vehicle charging can deliver 40,000 miles a year. So that's lots of mileage across there. And so helping the trades and the clients understand we don't need huge circuits for that, because they take the space of everything else we need to do. The other area is in the water heater, just using a larger volume tank and a smaller power delivery system. So like the 120 volt heat pump water heater with a bigger tank 65 or 80 gallons, and same with a 15 amp 240 volt thing. Make those the default type of water heater here in the state instead of the 30 amp hybrid version that's coming in now. Those, just making those two moves will leave a lot of electrical space left on the panel and decrease the need for upsizing of individual homes plus the whole neighborhood infrastructure and ultimately the grid. So we need to get a couple decisions right at the beginning. That way we aren't painted into a corner to have to upsize everything. And then, you know, I think the agencies ought to get together and study this issue harder about, you know, how far can we go with right sizing instead of upsizing, and what are the consequences? Because I do think the savings are huge in terms of the effort that it takes to get there, and not overstressing the workforce and not overstressing electric rates. So, you know, I think that there ought to be a multi-agency study of, you know, what is it like to right size and what is it like to upsize, and how do they compare? Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Tom. Okay, with that, it looks like we've heard from everybody who's wanted to provide public comments. We definitely appreciate everybody's participation in the workshop. And just a quick reminder that you can also provide written comments. Next slide. So I'm going to briefly touch on the timeline. Next slide. So here's a look at the overall timeline for the next year in relation to CARB scoping plan update, the state SIP strategy, and the CALGreen code. For the scoping plan update, continued efforts in the near term include public workshops and EJAC meetings. CARB will release a draft of the scoping plan in the spring of 2022. There will be a presentation to the board in the summer to hear board feedback on the draft, and the final scoping plan will be released in the fall 2022 for board consideration next winter. For the state SIP strategy, the draft strategy will be released along with another public workshop this winter 2022. An update will be provided to the board in the spring, and the final strategy will be considered for board approval this summer 2022. For the CALGreen code, CARB staff will work closely, will continue to coordinate closely with the Building Standards Commission, California Energy Commission, Housing and Community Development to develop a code change proposal for CALGreen. We're in the process of drafting concepts right now and conducting stakeholder outreach, which will help to develop the content of our draft proposal that we'll plan to release this spring 2022. We will participate in Building Standards Commission and Housing and Community Development focus group meetings in the summer and fall of 2022 to get feedback on the proposal that will be submitted for consideration to the Building Standards Commission in winter 2022. Next slide. Okay, so in order to inform CARB's efforts on building decarbonization, we look forward to receiving your comments. Please submit them no later than January 7th. There are a few additional resources listed on this slide, including a link to sign up for a building decarbonization listserv through CARB. And of course, we want to hear from you and are happy to meet with you individually. If you'd like to follow up with us after the workshop, it would be great to connect. So thanks for joining us today, and we look forward to hearing from you soon. And Destiny, you can stop the broadcast.